Good evening. Good evening. Yatsuno Hakuya. Hi. Good evening. Good evening. Konbanwa. Konbanwa. Yatsuno Hakuya desu. Konbanwa. Hello, hello. How is everyone today? Whew. Can I just say I'm feeling really hot today. Like, literally, I feel really hot today. Like, I'm warm. I'm like sweating. And you might say, well, Hakuya, it's so cold outside. There's snow everywhere. Why are you feeling hot? I woke up today. You know, I had breakfast. It was pretty normal. I cooked breakfast, which you do. It's a thing that people do in the morning. They cook breakfast, or they eat cereal. No judging on the people who eat cereal, but I make my breakfasts. Today was just pretty loaded. I had what did I have? I had avocado. I had eggs. I had sauerkraut. I had olives. And I had like smashed potatoes, which I don't usually eat. I don't usually eat smashed potatoes because I don't like the texture of it that much. Right? You just get some small, teeny tiny little potatoes. You boil them for like 10 minutes, and then you strain them, get rid of the water, and you just smack them on the pan, and then you crush them with a spatula. You flatten them down with a spatula. And you can kind of sort of fry them, but like they never get crispy. They're always kind of just because there's so much water in it from the boiling. It's, I don't know, it's kind of mushy. It's not, I prefer something more like hash browns because, oh my god, deep fried, it's crispy. It's fluffy on the inside and crispy on the outside. That's love right there. But I didn't have any hash browns, and making hash browns from scratch is more intensive than what I wanted to do today. I also had bacon. It's really, really rare for me to have bacon. I usually find bacon to be way too salty, right? It wasn't like the deep fried bacon, the stuff that's like already like, it's like paper thin, right? This one was... It was still the paper thin stuff, and it was still like really oily. It was still pretty salty, but it wasn't too bad. It wasn't your standard like really salty, crispy American bacon. That shit's like, oh my god, I'm gonna die. Just made sweet potato skin fries. You made fries with sweet potato skin? Oh wait, so you just peeled the skin in like one long section and you fried those? That sounds really good, actually. Like, do you bake it, or do you like, roll it in flour and then actually deep fry it? I guess you wouldn't need to deep fry that. It's so thin. You can just put it on a pan. But yeah, hello there, Alex. Hello. Oh, but anyways, I don't know why, but today I was just really, really exhausted. I passed out. I woke up normally, right? Actually, today I woke up was really nice. The way that I woke up was that I looked at my phone to see the time. I don't have a clock, so I looked at my phone to see the time, and I saw that like my friends Twig and Inari were streaming, and they were actually doing their cooking stream. They're doing a cooking collab stream, and I'm like, oh my goodness. Two of my good friends, Twig and Hinari, they're cooking. All right. I'm like, wait, isn't it like 2 a.m. for Hinari or something? And it was like, no, it wasn't 2 a.m. It was like 3 a.m. I'm like, is this a little bit early? But I guess that's what happens when you have one person living in America and the other person living in Japan. You gotta make the schedules work somehow. Nah. I think they were cooking curry. And I think it's because a couple weeks ago, they're asking me, Hakia, what should we cook? And I'm like, why are you asking me? What should we cook for a cooking stream or collab stream? I'm like, why are you pressuring me? Why do women always do this to me? Curry's easy. Do curry. I didn't think they'd actually just do whatever I suggested. So they actually went along with that, and surprisingly, it ended up being a really good collab idea because like everybody knows how to make curry, but everybody's also got like their own version of curry, right? So it was nice to see that like Twig already knew how to cook curry, and Twig's actually a really good cook, but for some reason her chat thinks that she doesn't know how to cook. I don't know where that came from, but like Twig's actually really good at cooking. So she ended up showing Inari how, and Inari ended up they both were following Twig's recipe, her method for cooking curry, and it ended up being a pretty good idea because the way that you do curry it's simple enough that two people using different cooking utensils, like different cooking equipment, can both do it. And like, even if like in this case, Twig was doing it on her stove and Inari didn't have a stove, she had like a, what do they call those? An IH heater. IH. She had an induction heater, yeah. She had an induction heater, that wasn't like too strong, it was actually wasn't getting hot enough. So because curry is like so forgiving, Twig was able to wait for Inari's pot to heat up. Her induction heater that was kind of slow as hell. It ended up being like really wholesome and nice. I'm glad I said to them to do curry. Not to take credit for anything, but like, it made me think about, well, what would be a good idea, right? Like for cooking, if you're just cooking solo as a cooking stream, that might be fine to do whatever you want. But then when you're doing a collab, you have to keep in mind the amount of time it'll take to do it, the amount of prep, how hard it will be to sync it up if they're both doing the same recipe. It's very interesting, very interesting. And they're apparently gonna do more of them, and start inviting more and more people. So that'll be really fun to check out. But anyways, I went on a long tangent. The reason why I'm so warm and hot right now and sweating so much is because I passed out after eating breakfast and watching the stream. Sometimes my health isn't too good, so sometimes I just sort of pass out in the middle of the day. And today that was from 12 o'clock to 5 o'clock. So yeah, I got up and I found the first thing in the fridge, which ended up being a Sunraven specialty. The first thing that because I was so hungry and I knew I needed to eat and finish eating before I started stream. So I dashed at my fridge. Well, I didn't really dash. I sort of like slowly limped my way out of bed, like crawling, holding the wall as I walked around, as I limped over. I opened up the fridge and there was one thing in the fridge, and it's a Sunraven specialty. But maybe it's not like the best thing to be eating. I mean, I guess it gives you a lot of energy. It gives you so much energy. I'm really awake right now, and I'm actually too awake right now. I'm sweating balls. What it was is it's a type of how would you even call this? It's a type that uses fried ginger. Like you fry the ginger first, and then like you pour in alcohol, copious amounts of alcohol, copious amounts of like rice wine, and this shit is spicy. You put so much ginger, so much fried ginger in it, and so much alcohol in it. This stuff burns. It burns your throat. It is legitimately painful to eat this stuff. But like I didn't have any time to to make anything else. So it's like, I mean, it works. I'm awake. I have energy, but also I'm burning up, man. I'm burning up. I'm sweating so much. I'm sweaty. I'm smelly and sweaty. I hate this. Anyways. I hope my long-winded story made sense. Drunk ginger. It's a Sunraven specialty. Nah, because we live high up in the mountains. We put copious amounts of ginger in it. Copious amounts of ginger. This shit is to make you survive the winter. In the cold months in the mountains. It is not a happy thing to eat. It is something you eat for survival. This is survival food. Hello there, Pink. Hello. Like, it's so hot. I have to take a shower after this. Yeah. Oh, I was actually guys, I was on Twitter. I was on Japanese Twitter. Japanese Twitter is always so funny. Yeah. The other day I came across this post that read where is it? Oh yeah, there it is. A Japanese Twitter post that got like 800 quotes and 35,000 likes and 1,000 bookmarks. It reads, "If you don't go to bed soon, the otaku who calls sex ecchi is gonna come." What does that mean? What does that mean? It means what is it? It's like oh, it's the sissy boy otaku who like is afraid of using the word sex. You know, he's so maidenless that like he's afraid of using the word sex. He says ecchi instead. Dude, Japanese Twitter is freaking wild. If you don't go to bed soon, the virgin otaku called sex ecchi is gonna come. Ooh. This is a R18 stream, by the way. I if you're a minor, please minorly remove yourself. Yada. Like, I'm like, oh my god, a lot of people thought this. Either that or this, a lot of people went, what the fuck? But then they also went, oh yeah, that makes sense. You know, like, you know, we're not our parents, man. It's the current year. There's nothing shameful about the word sex. Just say sex, man. No need for all these euphemisms, you know. What is it? Freaking, I think over in America we still have weird shit like, what do you call it? What do they call it? Situationships? Like, bro. You know what they call a situationship in Japan? Sex friends. You know, I think people have just been coming up with more and more euphemisms because they don't want to admit that they're in a purely sexual relationship. Nah. You're not actually dating. You're not friends with benefits. Nah. You're not friends with benefits. You're not You're not in a situationship. No, you're just sex friends. You know, just be real. Nah. It's not good to cope. It's not good to live in delusions. Have you seen that MV where it's like, the guys are like, Ojo-sama, it's time to go to bed, taps the watch. If you don't, we'll do a dance. Wakaru yo, wakaru. Wakaru. I've seen it before. I know, but my friends wouldn't stop showing it to me. Freaking Rora was obsessed with it. At least until she got to like Italian brain rot, which is... Italian brain rot was just awful. I don't know why anybody could get into that. What else was there? Oh yeah, today I saw this post. and it said, "Oh, that guy, he's a what do you call it? He's an introvert. I mean, his Twitter is on dark mode." What? His Twitter is on dark mode. Like, don't talk to him. His Twitter is on dark mode all the time. What a dweeb. He's always playing games, whether he's outside at the arcade or at home. He's always playing video games. And also he likes little girls, man. And the comic pans over to the dude, and like the girl's like, "Oh, it's that guy that they were talking about. I wonder why he's here." Oh, whatever. Like, she's like playing the claw game and she doesn't get it, so she walks away. And then like a second later, the guy shows up. He gets the thing and he's like, "Hey, here. I think you seemed like you really wanted it, so I got it for you. It was only like one more claw anyway. It seemed like it'd be a waste." And like this girl just like completely like drops instantly, right? She's like what they call choroi, like super easy, nah? Even though all her friends were like, "Oh, that guy's a dweeb." He had like so much confidence when he was like giving that like doll from the claw game to her. And then as she's thinking, "Oh my goodness, he's actually like kind of cool." And, the guy, like this little girl in the background is like, "Mommy, I want one too." And like he immediately gets one and plays the claw game again and gives it to her. He's like, "Hai, ojo-sama, kore." and the mom's really embarrassed. She's like, "Oh my god, I'm sorry, my daughter's so selfish." And and then the girl, the main character of this comic is like, "Oh, he really is an introvert." And she gets all embarrassed because she like was way too easy. Like she got rizzed up by this guy so quickly. But like what made me like the most funny part of this description was like, if you look in the replies, everyone's like justifying themselves, saying like, what do you mean Twitter on dark mode's bad? What are you saying? There's nothing wrong with Twitter on dark mode. I mean, like, you know, if you use, once you go to Twitter dark mode, you don't want to go back, right? And then another person's like saying, "Oh, if I'm checking Twitter at night, right, then of course I'm going to use dark mode. Otherwise it's going to hurt my eyes." And then the person replied to that person is like, "Bro, if you're checking Twitter all day every day, you probably like have some you're probably like super introverted. You're probably really nerdy if you're always checking Twitter." All my apps are in dark mode. Yeah, they see, that's your problem. Nah. I, on the other hand, use white mode because I like to blind my friends when I send screenshots to them. Man, I love Japanese Twitter. You know, Japanese people are like so like rigid and passive aggressive, and like they never tell you what they're actually thinking. They're super polite, but actually they hate your guts. And then like on JP Twitter, you'll see the most wild hot takes. Nah. Oh yeah, I think Inari and Twig were like embarrassing me on their stream, which kind of because Twig, if you remember, she came in onto my stream the other day, and I was making fun of her. and I, you know, and I was like, hey guys, look, it's check it out, it's Twig, my girlfriend. And like, I think some of you guys actually like believed me when I said that, which is like, hell yeah. That was really funny to me. Twig was so fucking mad. She was so mad. No, it was my New Year's resolution. My New Year's goal was to make you guys believe that I could potentially have a girlfriend. Eh? You guys get too comfortable. You guys get way too comfortable thinking, oh, Hakuya, he's hopeless. Nah, he's hopeless. He's maidenless. He could never find a maiden. And I'm just, I don't know, guys. I might actually be Rizzy because, like, I don't know. Inari was recounting the story at Offkai. Apparently she's just been telling this to everybody. I don't know if it's like a good or a bad thing, but she's just been telling everybody every chance she gets. Whenever the topic of me comes up, she's always talking about how like this girl walked up to her at Offkai, assumed that she was my sister, and then asked for permission to date me. Cause like I was off, I was talking to someone else, so I had like I was turned away. Nah? I was turned away, and this random girl walks up to me, and Inari's like, "Hey, you're his sister, right? Like, is he single?" Nari's like, "Oh, I don't know. I'm not his caretaker." Ask him yourself. And she's like, "Oh no, I don't." She just walks away. See, now that's an introvert. Now that's an introvert. Nah. Maidenless bird tends to get maiden. That's crazy. I could get a maiden whenever I wanted. That's what I need you guys to believe. I need you guys to understand the threat, the risk of me walking away and quitting streaming. Getting a normal job, having a normal life. There's gonna be little baby sun ravens walking around in like a couple years, nah? Flasher? Flasher? Where? Who's flashing? Who's flashing? Darega. Hakia wants to believe UFO poster. UFO poster? What does that even mean? I don't need to believe. I just know. Nah. But you know, it's okay to continue coping. It's okay to continue coping. I understand. You guys couldn't imagine a life without me streaming. Hey Hayate, hello. Happy New Year. Oh, I was just man, I was just going off on my stories. Nah. Let's see, was Offkite before? Oh yeah, it was before Otaku-san. Hayate, did I tell you about like... So I have a friend named Inari, who's like another VTuber, right? I was staying with her at Offkai. And while we're at the convention, at Offkai, in the convention halls, right? I think I was talking with my friends from Toronto or something. So I walked to the side to talk with them. And then like some random girl walks up to my friend Inari and she just like asked her, she's like, "You're his sister, right? Is he single?" Oh my god. Inari's always just telling that story to everybody, and I'm just like, I get really embarrassed whenever she does it. Because then everyone in their chats are like, "Oh my god, Hakia saved some for the rest of us. Hakia Riz." But like you guys, my own chat, you guys don't believe me. You guys don't believe that I could be the Rizzler. You guys don't believe. You guys think I'm a chud son. You guys think I'm a chud uncle. But actually I'm Rizzler. Asking that so sudden, eh? I had another girl ask me to go to her hotel room. Just out of the blue. I think you're putting us no, you can go in the VOD. You can go in the archive, both Twig and Inari's. You can hear them say, you can hear it on their streams. Nah. I'm not putting a spin on it. You guys are coping so hard. I can't believe it. You don't believe in your own streamer. You don't believe in me. You guys don't want me to be successful. You want me to be alone forever. You're horrible. It could be she's asking you if Inari... No. The girl was specifically asking Inari, "Hey, are you his sister? Is he single?" No. It's okay. I'm wishing for that. I ate grapes at midnight. Thank you. Thank you, Hayate. Wait, are you wishing for me to find happiness, or are you wishing for me to be lonely for the rest of my life? You ate grapes at midnight. Is that like a good thing or a bad thing? I don't usually eat fruits at nighttime. I usually eat fruits. Oh no, I guess I ate like mandarin oranges at nighttime. But like other fruits I usually eat in the morning and for breakfast. Nah. I'm not spinning it. You can just watch Inari or Twigs archive. They were collabing today. Nah. Not that it's a love signal, they say. A love signal. A love story? I want to hear about a love story. Speaking of love stories, guys, Golden Kamui. I watched the first episode of season 5 of Golden Kamui, and it's so good. It's so good. You guys gotta watch it. It's spaghetti western cowboys and Indians and bank robbers and oil barons and hijacking. It's so good. And like, prison breaks and gold mines, lots of gold. Guys, please watch Golden Kamui. It's so good. I don't need to cope, man. I don't need to cope. You know, I think there's this guy I knew back in the day. He was very much like a 4chan type of guy. And he was very like, what do you call that? Low class British. He's like low class English or something. From like Yorkshire or some shit, like from some like Booneyville in England. And he was always insisting that he was a Volcel, which like it's Volcel is like a, you know how like incel means involuntary celibate, right? He insisted he was a Volcel. He was voluntarily celibate. And I'm just like, my man, you don't need to insist it so hard. It's okay. It's not even that funny. You say this literally every day. Like, I guess I would count as a Volcel because I run away from women, but it's not really voluntary because I have trauma. So I guess that's not really voluntary, is it? They say you will have a love life if you eat grapes in the middle of the night. That's a very interesting superstition. In New Year's, that's a very interesting superstition. You know, you could literally just like walk up to people and talk to them, right? You can literally just do that, even if you're introverted, you know? People can be surprisingly easy to raise up. Even if you're a dweeb. You know, if my little Twitter comics tell me anything, it's that one, girls can be surprisingly easy. You know, they can fall even to like a really dweeby looking dude if he has the confidence to pull it off. And it's all about confidence, and having a little bit of having a little bit of self-consciousness, self-awareness. It's having a little bit of self-awareness, ne? And like, you know, not letting nerves or whatever get in your way, ne? And the other thing is that a lot of people are coping really hard about their Twitter dark mode. Self-confidence, nah. A lot of people are definitely coping about their Twitter dark mode. Look, I'm just saying, this person the author has a point. If you're just on Twitter all day and night, you might be kind of inkya. You might be kind of introverted. You might be kind of nerdy. Need to be tall and loaded with cash? Not necessarily. Nah. I know like a lot of like the manosphere type things, guys will say stuff like, oh, you gotta be like super tall and you gotta have like lots of money. But I think that's like a millennial thing, honestly. I think that that's a millennial thing. I think with the Zoomies, they're just like, you know what? Life sucks. Let's not have too much high expectations. As long as we can survive, it's whatever. The Asian ideal physique. Not starving. That's fine, right? My ideal is they are a woman, and yeah. My ideal is that they are women and they may or may not like me. And as long as they're not starving. Because I ain't paying for their food. If they're starving, I can't support the both of us, man. They gotta be able to feed themselves. I'm so terrible. But like, what is it? I saw the other day, someone was saying how... God, everything I get from Twitter. Am I like that dark mode Twitter user that author was talking about? Am I that inkya, that introvert that has dark mode Twitter? I'm always relaying my stories about Twitter because, like I said, I just don't go out enough. But look around me, man. It's nothing but mountains and trees. But what was it? Oh yeah. They were saying how, you know, that moment when you meet someone who's your type. And it was like stated as a bad thing. And you might be thinking, well, why would that be a bad thing? Why would it be a bad thing if you meet your type and you start dating your type? Well, apparently it's because if you start dating someone who's exactly your type, you might start forgiving a lot of things that you don't like about, you know, you might start like coping and allowing them to like be like terrible partners to you just because they're your type. Nah. That's not love. That's not love, and it turns ugly often. Gives you like, what was it, food for thought, man. I don't look for that type. You don't look for the type that's alive? Dang, I didn't know you were into corpses, Hayate. Oh, hey, Rain. How's it going? Please don't judge me for anything I say. Please don't judge me. Hey, Sabrina Carpenter has a song about... Oh, I'm judging. Oh, I'm glad you weren't here earlier and you didn't hear any of the other things that I said today. It's not like you're saying don't go for your ideals, go for someone close. No, it's more like you just don't let your like vision be clouded by superficial things, nah? Don't let your vision be clouded by superficial things. Cause finding a partner is not just about like love as much as I am a romantic who believes in that. It's also about someone who will be committed to you, nah? Someone who like will be there for you when you're like dying and like shitting and like when you're having like horrible diarrhea, you smell like shit, you've got like measles and like bumps all over your skin and you're shitting yourself, and they'll still stay with you through that. Nah? It's more than just about love, but hopefully your love will be able to carry you to do those things anyway. I guess that's just like, I think a lot of people describe love these days only in like the passionate romantic aspects and not about all the other subtle things. Mm-hmm. You don't have to lie to girls if they like you. They'll just lie to themselves. That's real. That's for real. Every time I talk to a girl who trauma dumps me about their exes, I'm just like, ah, I see. And you know, I've seen people like this who are currently in relationships and they cope. They really cope and delude themselves. Oh god. Well influenced by media. Yeah, media likes to sell everything. You know, we live in the current year. Anything can be monetized. Anything can be sold as a product. Wow, wait, what, huh? Did I say something wrong? Rain? Oh no, guys, Rain hates me now. Rain hates me. Oh, Rain hates me. This is why I'm Rizless. This is why I'm maidenless. Every girl I know is disgusted by me. It's always the same. It happens every time. This is why I never reveal my true colors. I kind of want to go to Japan. A bunch of my friends are going to Japan lately. Abandoned by your own mods. Rain isn't, I mean, she has a mod, but like, she's not really a mod. She's a fellow VTuber. Yeah. We used to play a lot of Marvel Rivals. And like, everyone's trying to like pull me back into playing Marvel Rivals, and I'm like, guys, that phase is over. That phase is over. I'm not a young Gen Z. I'm not a young Gen Zer. I'm not a young Zoomer. You know, Marvel Rivals is the young Zoomer game. Nah. And then for older Zoomers, there's Valorant and Overwatch. And then for millennials, there's League of Legends. I want to play League of Legends again. The call is coming back. My friends are all playing it again. And I kind of... please. Please, no. That game did horrible things to me. It did horrible things to me. It traumatized me. I think I would have been a more well-rounded person. I would have been a more developed person if I did not play League of Legends. Thine baser instincts. I'm sorry, I read that sentence and I was like, would you use baser or just use base? Thine base instincts. Thine baser instincts. Playing Rivals right now. I can't do it. I can't do it. Haku, you're so 2000 and late. What do you mean 2000 and late? What are you saying? What are you saying? Do you think like I'm Zoomer coded? Brain, are you saying I'm Zoomer coded? Are you saying I got the zoomies? Is my social anxiety that bad? I think, what was it? The kids who were in school during COVID developed severe social anxiety. I'm just like, it's just a year or two. Apparently a year or two is all it takes to develop severe anxiety. I ain't saying that. I would say God's timing is always right. What do you mean God's timing is... Why are you saying vague things? Why are you vague posting in my chat? What are you implying? Oh my god, this is the worst. I'm gonna die. Someone crucify me now. Wait, didn't someone say they were gonna crucify me? Oh yeah, it was that Jiraike girl. What was her name? Kurarin. Fucking. She's trying to turn everyone in the Discord against me. Not in my own Discord. It's a VTuber Discord. She's trying to turn all the other VTubers against me. She's trying to get them all to crucify me. Even though I'm so nice to her. I like Ray. I hope they appear more. Oh wow. I like Ray too. Ray's cool. But I don't want to play any more Marvel Rivals. Let me leave Marvel Rivals for a bit, nah. I will say, like, the good thing about Marvel Rivals is that there's no microphone. At the very least, oh wait, is there a microphone? There is voice chat. I just turned it off. I turned off the voice chat. Good thing is that in Marvel Rivals I don't hear so many couples as I do in Valorant. So many e-couples. It's so annoying. It's not even like I'm not even bothered by the fact that they're e-couples or flirting. I'm just bothered by the fact that they suck. It's like, focus on the game, please. Guys, I'm seeing so many posts on Twitter. It's stuff that's going like, oh, my channel's not doing well. Oh, I'm not getting attraction. Or stuff like, oh, VTuber discourse about being openly in a relationship. Oh, Twitter's getting worse. It's you know like in ancient history, all those stories about people no longer going to the library because it got burnt down in a massive book burning. You ever hear a story in ancient history where everybody just left the library, not because the books burned down, but just because the library got too shitty? Everyone's complaining about AI. Everyone's complaining about AI. It's like, okay, no, I get it, nah? There's a Japanese Wikipedia article on AI slop where they had to translate the definition of AI slop for the Japanese. Everyone agrees AI sucks. We're all hoping for the prices to go back, but it doesn't go back. And I see someone who is oshikatsuing someone that a friend of mine. They're going like, oh, I was popping out of the VTuber world, and then he came into my life, and I'm just like, damn. Guys, what am I even talking about today? It's what happens when you eat like a shit ton of ginger. You just yap. I see Psy Games made a new department for AI development. We love AI! Why is no one making AI for, like, you know, video games? Like, you know, an AI that actually, like, provides dynamic difficulty? That'd be nice. My first experience with AI was getting lewd deepfaked. You got lewd deepfaked? That's kind of fucked up. I don't blame people for the dislike of AI. I can't say I like it. Yeah, I like the whole like Grok put this person in a bikini. That shit was like so. Yeah, that's kind of messed up. And then there was this one cosplayer girl who was like, Grok put me in a bikini, and then like someone like quote retweeted, Grok dressed this girl dressed this girl as if she had a father in her life. Oh! The hate. That guy was a professional hater. That guy was a professional hater. AI NPCs, yeah, like AI, like as in like the way people traditionally thought of AIs. Nah. I only talk to AI if you need something. You talk to AIs. Guys, there's like a lot of people who like vibe date. You know? They use AI to help them flirt through text. And I'm just like, does it work? Are people that predictable? Can people's psychologies be figured out in only a couple exchanges? Man, you know, before it was, all you had to worry about was like AI filters on dating profiles, but now people are using AI just to talk. Bring back AI only for that guy who married his Miku hologram. Apparently Japan's foreign minister only likes 2D men. She's what you guys call an incel. Nah. She's got like a whole like lore, like where she's the foreign minister, and she's like half white. She's like half Irish, and her dad, you know, planted a bread, you know, put his dough inside her mom's bakery, put it inside her oven, and then he just like left the country. And that person, that woman who was that bread in that oven, in that single mother bakery, grew up to become foreign minister, and now she's out. now she's gonna deport your ass. She's gonna deport your ass if you're white now. But yeah, she probably has some kind of, I don't know, Ensemble Stars AI hologram as her husband. It's kind of crazy. It's interesting. Japan's got some interesting stuff, nah. And then, you know, I play Silent Hill F, and we go back to the 60s, back when times are simpler, back when men still beat their wives. What the fuck? Back when men still beat their wives, and they liked it. What am I saying? This is what happens when you don't find mental health services. Yeah. If they can't find ways to cope, they'll just start liking it, and then convincing themselves that they don't dislike getting their asses whooped every day. Mental health is very important, guys. If you're feeling unwell, please seek help. Seek help. No one has to know. Everything can be kept between you and your therapist. Nah. Alternatively, you just become Buddhist. Alternatively, you can become Buddhist. Or find a church that's like not Catholic. But that comes with its own caveats. Alright, we've yapped for an hour. Let's play Silent Hill. I've kind of been, what do you call it? I've been delaying this. I've been stalling because I know that I've pretty much finished the game already. The only reason I was like pretty much at the end. I could get the final ending pretty quickly. I just didn't do it because my last stream was already going really long. We probably have at best only 30 minutes of Silent Hill F gameplay. Yapping no Hakuya. Hakuya no yappu. Guys, I just like to talk, you know? It gets very lonely in the mountains. There's no one here. It's freezing all the time. The only thing here are like moose and mace and goose and geese, and you can't even eat the gooses here. They're the queen's animal. They're the queen's bird. You're not allowed to eat them. But also the queen's dead. So are the gooses the king's animal now? I actually gotta go look that up. Gooses are the queen's bird. Illegal to hunt geese in Canada. Wait, it's legalized now? You can hunt them now? I think back in when I went to hunting school, they were saying that you're not allowed to hunt geese because they're the queen's bird. Only the queen is allowed to eat them. Well, the queen is dead. Hey, you're allowed to hunt geese. I can eat them. Hell yeah! I can eat geese. Mmm. They're probably tasty. You know, there's a traditional Sunraven recipe for roasted goose. I am very much looking forward to making my own roasted goose. If they're full of parasites, I think everyone's full of parasites. You're full of parasites. I'm full of parasites. The birds are going to be full of parasites, but that's okay. That's why you cook them. That's why you cook them. Oh my god, Rain, why are you dotting me? Are you like some kind of... Are you some kind of boomer? Are you some kind of boomer? The boomers really like using dots. The ellipses. Sounds like cannibalism. No, it's not cannibalism! I am a proud Sunraven. They're geese. Nah. That's like saying you're not allowed to eat monkeys or gorillas. You sound like you've never had a gorilla. Have you never eaten Harambe's ass? What the fuck is this Reddit post? Would a Canadian goose murdered with a baseball bat be good eating? What the fuck is this? What is this moron? Is he just like getting a bat and like running after the geese in his fucking in his lawn? What is this? Let's see, the Canada Goose. The open season for Canada Goose is from the 3rd Saturday in February to March 10th. Okay, so there is open season for geese. Hell yeah! The queen is dead! Long stay dead, the queen. Don't come back out. You served your time for 90 years. Thank you for your service. Now please stay in the grave. Alright, you were a good queen. It's okay. The Commonwealth will survive. Hopefully. Both bird brains. What is this? Better than pelicans with their vor habits? What? Like pelicans store birds in their in their beak, right? They just like store birds in there, right? And then they ate it later when they feel like it. No, they just swallow. Oh. Not gonna lie, pelicans are kind of scary. They're kind of scary. The way that they like just open up their massive mouths. Like it stretches too. Why does it stretch so much? Live or not, it is fit anything in their mouths and swallow. Dang. I was about to say something really bad about fitting things in mouths and swallowing, so I was about to say something really bad. I caught myself. Hi there, White. Hello, Huate. Hello, hello. Oji-san, oh my gosh. They're calling me Oji-san now. I'm not an Oji-san. I'm very young at heart. The meat would be tenderized. Tenderized? With a baseball bat? It'd be bruised. It's easier to call Luna? Alright. We'll do that from now on. Should dye your feathers blue with your Twitter browsing habits. What do you mean by Twitter browsing habits? Are you calling me an Inkya? Alright, what if I just like play a claw game and like present you with like the claw prize? You're gonna fall for me. You're gonna fall for me super easily. I got that riz. I got that casual riz. All right, let's get back into this. Silent Hill F. Guys, what does the F in Silent Hill F stand for? What does it mean? What does it actually mean? Wait, this wasn't a Zatsu? No, no. This is a game stream. Did I not advertise it correctly? Are you confused? Oh, what? Doesn't the stream title say Silent Hill? Did I mess up somewhere? I'm pretty sure it says Silent Hill F. True ending time. Ne? Are? You didn't check the title? Oh man. No idea. Wow, you guys are so loyal. You come here, you just see Hakuya streaming, and you don't care what it is I'm streaming. I love you guys. I love you guys. This is why I love you guys. You're the best. Yeah, we're getting we're doing the final ending of Silent Hill. Just need to find the save file. I don't know where the save file is. I think it's here. It should be this one. Oh, I don't remember how to play this game. Okay, you can jump like that. Light attack. Heavy attack. Focus. Dodge. Switch weapon. I believe I have to do something here. It's been a while.
こんな素敵な贈り物をありがとうございます。せっかくいただいたものですが。私がこれを受け取るのにふさわしいかどうか考える時間が欲しいのです。
Oh! So we've purified the sword, né? So we don't have the evil sword with us anymore. It's not evil anymore. We don't have the evil spirit with us. But also we're giving back this... It's turning green? Offer the brooch to the ancient Jizo statue. So like... I guess the Jizo statue is protecting us in us, or... Because I remember the fox was like, oh, I'm gonna make you happy. I'm gonna save you from your family by marrying you. By taking over this boy's body. I'm gonna return the favor for you saving my life. Like the old god who got replaced by the fox. And I guess by giving this to the Jizo statue, we're like going like, okay, we've rejected both the evil god, but we've also rejected the fox. We're just going our own way. I assume it's made out of copper. You know? Hinako is choosing her own third option. She's gonna live her life happily. On her own terms. Alright, I'm just gonna save. And we're gonna... Oh, we still can upgrade sanity. Huh. The purified sword is actually a nerf. It won't self-repair. Yeah. It won't repair itself anymore. But that's okay. So I'll say this. This town, the map is huge. Yeah. The map really is huge. This town is... I mean, it's a small town, but also it's The area it encompasses, it reminds me of my own hometown. Yeah. Up in the mountains. I wonder if they eat ridiculously powerful ginger up here too. I wonder if they also eat heavy ginger. Oh yeah, I forgot this game gives me motion sickness. Acha. Symbolism, yeah. Oh. There we go. Finish you off. Let's just run through him. I think they patched out the game so that on this final approach you don't have to go through so many walls. I think the first time I played this, it was so frustrating. There were so many enemies and so many walls. Yeah, tending the wilderness here, all the plants is full-time job up in these mountains. Dasha from Dasha the Traveler. Ooh. Sokka. Dasha the Traveler. Drunk on ginger wandering through the fog. Yeah. It's those people who scammed her dad. The fisheries who scammed her father. All right. We gotta do this stuff all over again. Yada. Oboe ne. Zenzen oboe ne. We've done this puzzle so many times, but like, man, I don't remember. Zombies. Yeah, zombies. Mom, Dad, I'm home. That's weird. I don't hear screaming. I don't hear Dad getting drunk and throwing beer bottles at Mom. What's happening? Oh, that's cool. This time around there's no one but Hinako. Everybody else can get fucked. It's easy to get lost, yeah. There's so many rooms. Married couple's letter. Kimie. Tomorrow's the big day. I'm looking forward to seeing Hinako dressed as a bride. I still can't believe she's marrying that rich young stud. We won't have to worry about money ever again. I'm sure Hinako will be happy too. You must feel like a huge burden's been lifted off your shoulders. Let's take life easy now. We can fulfill that dream of yours of going to every onsen in Japan. That's insane. Like, Japan is not that big of a country, but Japan has so many onsens. You'll never go to them all. If there are any other wishes you want to come true, just say the word. It's Mom's handwriting from here. Kanta, my dream is to hear you say such sweet words to me directly, not on paper. Guys, Mom doesn't like love letters. Yeah, just say it for real, you coward. Don't be a little bitch. Get myself a new axe. Not just the ruins, but there's multiple variants. Yeah, it's so easy to get lost. I will say that this place is very... It's incredibly atmospheric. The first time you play through this area, it's so crazy. It genuinely is unsettling. I forgot where I'm supposed to go. Oh yeah, Shukun.
Shu! そこにいるの? なんでここに? この日付、何か大事な日だった気が。
Poor Shukun. Yeah, and there's so many enemies.
私の家、どうなってるの?
I mean, I guess it's fine to just walk around. It's okay to do that. Come on. Bro. End yourself. Chocolate. Thank you. Okay, from now on, I'll wash the dishes and help with everything around the house. Will you now? Awfully kind of you. Thank you. Isn't nothing here? That's weird. I thought there'd be something there. Come on. Come on, boy. Come on, boy. Hit me. Hit me. Oh, he hit me. And what's in here? Ah, there we go. Picture frame.
なんか見たことある気がする。
見たことある気がする. There's someone right here, isn't there?
思い出せない。
Haha. I remember. 逃げるんだよ。
私はそういうものだと思って生きてきたから。
Journal updated. Even if it's what makes my sister happy, if I can't make my own choice, I'll forever be unhappy. But if what makes me happy doesn't give me my sister the results she wants, then she'll be unhappy. Though our concepts of happiness may differ, I think as sisters we can respect each other's version of it, and take comfort when we know the other has found it.
だからお見合いの話が来た時も、今度は私の番なんだってそう思ったよ。
お姉ちゃんはどうして知らない人と結婚できたの？
親同士で話して、仲人さんが入って、その上で私にふさわしい方と分かって紹介されたんだもの。出会うのは初めてでも、と仲良くなれるって確信があったわ。恋愛結婚も素敵だと思うけれど、
Marrying for love is nice, but love is blind.
籍を入れた後に、
Once you're family, it's too late to worry about issues you have with your spouse.
私にはお姉ちゃんたちの言うことがよくわからないよ。
ひな子だって幸せな結婚をして幸せな人生を歩みたいでしょ。
そこが違うの。そこが多分私とお姉ちゃんの、私と世界の一番の違いなの。
違いって？
私、幸せになることが絶対に大切とは思ってないの。もちろん幸せにはなりたいよ。でもそれよりも大事なことがあるの。
それは何？
自分で選択したかどうか。私はね、幸せにしてもらいたいんじゃない。自分で選んで幸せになりたいの。たとえ幸せになれなかったとしても、自分で選んだ結果はとても尊くて、私には価値があるように思えるの。みんなが女の幸せと呼ぶもの、頼もしい旦那様と大勢の子供たち、そういうものと生涯無縁になるとしても構わない。私には幸せになれるかどうかよりも、自分で運命を選べたかどうかが大事なの。
私には綺麗事に聞こえるけれどね。 でもひな子の言うことが間違ってるとも思えない。あと100年、いやひょっとしたらもう少し早いかも。どんな結果だろうと自分で選んだ結果ならそれが幸せだとそうと言える時代がきっと訪れると思うわ。お姉ちゃんはその世界には行けないけれど、ひな子は行けるといいね。
どんな結果だろうとも自分で結果を選べることが幸せ。自分で選べなかった結果は幸せじゃないんだ。誰にも操らせない。私の選択は。
Yeah, that's right. Hinako's a strong, independent woman. She wants to make her own choices in life. Project from art class, my future self. Shimizu Hinako. The canvas is blank. But even now, imagine the countless possibilities of what I could fill. Fill all this blank space with makes me excited. I haven't seen that one before. I guess it's worth exploring every part of the home now. Just in case we see something new. Yeah? Hey, buddy. And we made some practice because we've been out of fighting for so long. Die! 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 Hello there, Coo Whip. Hello, hello. Quack, quack. Are you a duck now? Ducks are cute. There's a minute of silence. Was it? Was it a whole minute? I mean, we were watching the cutscene. I don't want to spoil the cutscene. The voice acting is so good. What's over here? Oh, it's this room. The playroom. Alright, let's do this puzzle again. Oh. 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 This is different from before. In this ending, Hinako matters more than everyone else's feelings. She matters the most. She's learned to be independent. She's not a people pleaser anymore. That's so nice. You've been a duck. Being a duck's not so bad. It's kind of comfy. Hey, buddy. Oh. I dodged. Ow. You're fine. Stop being so dramatic. Alrighty then. Let's kill some more ghosts and ghouls and goblins. Guys, I want to play ghosts, ghouls, and goblins at some point. You know, that really hard game that where like you die in one hit. I want to play that sometime. Not a lot of Western VTubers I've seen that played it. It looks so good. There's nothing here. There's something here. Shriveled aburage. Toto kairina. The knife is powerful. Guys, you ever notice how in, what is it, Game Maker games, so many of the protagonists use knives? They always use knives. いつもナイフを使ってるよね。Like, what was that one? Yume Nikki? Dream Diary was like one of the first, and there's, what was that? Omori was one as well, right? A lot of kitchen knife using protagonists. Nande? Nande daro? What a scary woman. そっか。怖いか。そうよね。女は怖い。Women are scary. Terrifying even. Okay, and also we need the gas tube. And then this is the infinite room. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Nothing. There ain't nothing. Okay, this is a dry carcass. Akanai. Nande? Nande akanai no? 死ねー I hate this. Get out of my way, you little bitch. Gross. Stab. 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 Beware of the kitchen knife. Common household utensil. It holds great power.
新しい武器を見つけなきゃ。
見つけなきゃなんないね。Wait, there's nothing in here? 何もないか。たく、全然使えねえやつだ。
ガスが切れてるみたいだけど、チューブはまだ使えそうだ。
here's like the big creepy room. Make children. And prosper. Wait, I don't think that's the quote. See where are the items we have. Scales plate, block of wax. We need 2 more scales plates. Picture frame. Okay, I think we're good. Right, これで大丈夫っす。And we're back. Die. Now we just go to the kitchen. Heat up our wax. Get the key. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. You're not leaving me alone. Leave me alone. Oh, 邪魔なんだよこいつ。マジで。だる。After I finish this game, guys, you know, I think I'd like to go do a deep dive. I like to do a deep dive so I can figure out what exactly is going on. Gotta open the swallowtail room, I believe. Yeah, we're still missing one. Such a wonderful world. I don't know if this is a place you would want to be in. Honestly, this place is kind of not super awesome. Oh. Yeah, this place is not super awesome. Wrong door. Goodbye. Wait, that's weird. There's a door that's missing. Eh, なんで? A key with a bird on the back. It's not this one. We need the third. あれなんか変。I can't find the bird room. It's not on the map. That's weird. あれ Did I miss it somehow? Am I getting trolled? That's weird. Do you have social media? I mean, I've got a Twitter. That's what you're saying. I've got a Twitter. Are? What happened? Where's the bird door? Are? Are? Oh, there it is. I see it. Did they move to a different spot? I don't remember it being here. It's mom and dad's room, right? Wait, this is different. Mom?
お母さん、ひな子の誤解を解いておきたいの。
誤解って？
ひな子はお母さんのこと、お父さんにいつもいじめられてるって思ってる？
そんなこと。
You think I always let myself get beat up?
お父さんはちょいと短気な人だけど、娘の前ではいい格好がしたいだけの照れ屋な人なんだよ。
あんなに怒鳴ったり物を投げつけたりしてきたのに。
He yelled and threw things across the room.
お父さんはね、ずっと夢があったの。自分と友達で小さなお店を持ちたいって。
夢？
そう。
Aw. Mom's not just a weak woman. She has her own stuff going on.
お父さんには仲のいいお友達がいてね。船に乗っていた頃からかな。弟みたいに可愛いっていつも言ってた。でもね、何かあったんだろうね。急にお父さんが貯めてたお金全部持って逃げちゃった。
It wasn't scammed. It was stolen.
どうしようもない理由があったんだろうね。悪い人には見えなかったから。お父さん、それですごく傷ついてね。荒れてた時期があったの。落ち着くといつも私には謝ってくれたよ。で
He'd
も
always
ね、
apologize after.
子供には弱い父親の姿を見せたくない
Reluctant to
から
come off as a
って。
weak father.
男の人
Toxic
は
masculinity.
プライドが高いから。
だからって家族を傷つけていいわけがない。
ひな子はきっと家に入ると女は男に虐げられるってそう思い込んじゃってるん
A
だろう
married
ね。
woman was supposed to subject herself to a husband's house, but you know,
あんたが思ってるほど女もお
married women
母
aren't as
さんも
weak or helpless as you
弱
think
く
they
はな
are.
いんだよ。お父さんなんて
Your father might put
娘
on
の
a
前
tough
では
face in front of you
かっこ
too.
つけて威張ってるけど、あんたたち
When
がいない
you're
時
not
は
around,
全
he's a
然
whole
違うん
different
だか
man.
ら。以前
We,
お母さんとお父さん
your mother and
大
father
喧
got
嘩し
into a
たこ
big
とが
fight
あるの。
once.
知らない。
Really?
そんなことあったの？
お お母さん、
That time I
お
completely
父さん
ignored
が
him
謝ってくるまで徹底的
until
に
he
無
came
視
to
してやったよ。
apologize.
あんたたちがいる前では普通に振る
I
舞って
acted
たけど
normally when you
ね。
two were around, of course.
おかずも
Not only that,
お父さんの嫌いなもの
I
ばっ
made his
かり
meals
にして、
all out of all the food he
お茶に
hates.
雑巾の絞り
And
汁
for the tea that I gave him, I
入れ
wrung
てや
dirty
ったこ
rags
ともあ
into
るの。
お母さんが
You did.
信じられない
I don't believe it.
お父さん、
Your father,
たったの3日で
he
荷を上
caved in
げた
just
よ。
3 days.
あんたと純子が寝
After
静
you
まっ
and
た
Junko went to
後、
bed,
そこに
he
ベタ
bowed
ー
low
っと
right over
土下
there.
座してね。
Head to the floor. He don't get on.
お父さんが本当に
Dad did that,
そ
really?
うだよ。
Sure he did.
私とお父さんが
Whenever your
本
father and I
気で
got into a
喧嘩を
serious
したら、
argument,
お父さん
he knew that
が
against me
私
he
に
never had a
勝てるわ
chance.
けないじゃない。でもね、
But Hinako,
それは
that's just how
私
life
た
went with the
ち
two of us.
夫婦の話。娘のお前に
Sorry for
心
making
配
you
かけ
worry.
たのは本当に申し訳ないと思ってるよ。
Oh, damn. Aww.
「話してくれてありがとうお母さん」
Hmm. Yeah, there's always more going on. Right? Parents don't always tell their children, and because of that, the children get confused. Mom wasn't a weak woman. It's just that neither mom or dad could tell the truth to their child. That's why she got so worried. Letter from my uncle. Kanta, I shall be brief and to the point. It is very unfortunate about Kimie. I'm sorry, and I understand why you would want her to go ahead with the surgery. But surgery can do more harm than good. Remember how mother had never properly recovered after hers? I understand how you feel, I really do, but please reconsider before taking on debt for another operation that might not even make her feel better. Wouldn't Kimie rather you try to enjoy the time you have left together? Either way, you need to talk it out with Kimie first. Knowing you, you probably haven't said a word of this to her yet, have you? I can't cover the whole operation, but I'll send what little I have to spare. Buy Kimie something nice with it, got it? Shotaro. Oh no! Is mom dying? Mom smiled through tears of joy when Junko got married. Was she really so happy to be sending her daughter off to suffer the same fate as her? Did she raise her just to be beaten and abused by some man? What even is a bride price anyway? Why did they make a profit off of Junko getting married? Did they get more money because they taught her how to cook and sew? Well, I won't learn those things. You won't make a single yen off of me. I won't be like my mother. Not now and not ever. Why did my mother even marry him in the first place? How could anyone possibly call themselves happy, having to spend their entire life with someone like him? Mom told me once, a husband and wife support each other for their whole lives, in sickness and in health. You see, it took me a long time to recover after giving birth to you. I caused your father a lot of trouble with my mood swings. But no matter how much I complained, he stood by me through it all without so much as a frown. I know he may not have turned out to be much of a father to you girls, but all in all, he's been a good enough husband to me. The true reason why her dad is in debt. Oh, it's because he He never told her. It's for the surgery. He never told her it's for her surgery. He was probably trying to make... He's trying to, like, be able to, get enough money, like using that money to help raise some more to pay for her surgery. Or maybe he gave it to a doctor who ran away with the money. We don't know exactly why. But... nah. That's so sad. It doesn't excuse, you know, obviously the time he got drunk and threw a knife. Obviously. Hasn't been a very good dad, but he's got depth. He's not just some wife beater out of nowhere. He actually really loves his wife. But he's like too toxic masculine to admit it. Okay, do I remember how to do this? White and black fought, battling upon a set of scales. Neither wanted for the scales, for what they desired was simply a quiet gray place where they could belong together. Whether we flee or spread our wings and fly is our decision alone. One to make only once we are ready. They had no use for those towering from heavens, imposing their will on others. Battling upon a set of scales that neither wanted for the scales. Okay, upon a set of scales. What the? Whether we flee or spread our wings, the decision is ours alone. One to make only once we are ready. They had no use for those who towered from heavens. Eh? White and black fought, battling upon a set of scales. That's weird. Whether we flee or spread our wings and fly is our decision alone, one to make only once we are ready. Neither wanted for the scales. What they desired was a simply quiet and gray place. Here we go.
でも何の話だろう。
ひなこ、今少しいいか。
なんかよ。
お前に謝っておこうと思ってな。
Dad wants to apologize?
何を？
俺は情けない父親だった。
Been a horrible father.
長い間。
Longest time I yelled at you.
怒鳴ったり、
Scared
怖
you.
がらせたりして悪かった。
今頃謝ってなかったことになんかなるわけないでしょ。あれだけ長いことみんなに迷惑かけて全部チャラになるなんて本気で思ってるの？
思ってない。お前の気持ちを考えれば到底許せるわけもない。それを重々分かってる。それでも俺に謝らせてくれ。許してくれなくて構わないから。
はあ、あんた一人がスッキリしたいからってだけで勝手に謝ってるの？迷惑だよ。帰ってよ。今だって急に怒り出して包丁を投げつけてこないか怖くて怖くてたまらないんだから。
子供に怖がられるくらいが
I believed that a proper father
誤解していたんだ。
should be feared by his children.
本当にすまない。
じゃあ勝手にこれからもそうしててよ。出てって出てってよ。それでもお父さんは謝ってくれてる。許す許さないは私たちの勝手だけど、お父さんの謝りたいっていう気持ちまでも無限にはできないよ。お父さんの都合なんか知らないよ。家族だよ。それでもお母さんに聞いたでしょ。お父さんが裏切られて辛い目にあったって。辛い理由があったから乱暴も許せっていうの？そんなのまかり通らない。そう、まかり通らない。許す必要もない。縁を切り言い訳も謝罪も聞いてやる義理は確かにない。でもね、家族の縁は切れないんだよ。だから許さなくてもいいけれど聞いてあげなくちゃ。
Just let him speak.
お父さんの気持ちだけは
He's still our
受け止め
father,
てあげて。
and we're still his daughter. Isn't this the shadow?
お母さんはお父さんを許しているのかもしれないけど、私には無理。
Maybe mom could forgive him, but I can't.
知ってる？
You know?
私たちとお父さんは血がつながって
Me
い
and I
る
are
けど、
bound to dad by ties of blood.
お父さんとお母さんは
That mom and
血
dad
なんかつながってないんだ
don't
よ。
share that bond.
結婚したってだけの
Mom's only bound by
赤の
marriage.
他人のお母さんがお父さんの話を
Yeah, she
聞
still
い
listened to
て
him.
許せたんだよ。
She even had the courage to forgive him.
どうして血のつながりのある
You should
私た
listen
ち
to him.
が話も
His
聞
own
いてあ
flesh
げ
and
られ
blood
ない
should be
の？
willing to hear him out. Yeah, the shadow
怖
version
かっ
wants
た
to
と
kill
思
her.
う。
I
今
know
も
you're
怖
scared
い
of
と
him.
思う。
I'm scared too.
許せないと思うし、
I know you can't
顔も
forget
見
what
た
he
く
did.
ない気持ちもわか
Maybe
る。
he doesn't deserve a
それ
clean
でも
state, but please,
話だけは聞いてあげて。
at least listen to him.
許さなくてもいいから、
Not just for his sake,
お父さんの気持ちだ
for
け
your
は
sake too,
受け止め
please.
てあげて。
Man, the acting is so good. The acting is so good.
俺のせいで
What I did
男と
taught you to fear men,
恐怖を覚えてい
to
る。
never trust them
それは
then.
誤解だ。
I was a poor teacher.
俺はろくでなしだ。
I might be hopeless, but
他の
not,
父親たちは
not
違
all
う。
fathers are.
俺とは正反対で。
Kotayuki isn't like me.
小雪君
He's an upstanding young man.
彼なら絶対に
He can give you a good life,
お前を幸せにして
happy
くれる。
life. I'm sure of it.
付き合いの長い
Your old friend Shu is a
立
respectable
派な
man
男
too.
だけどな。あいつなら
I always thought the two of you could build a happy home
ずっ
together,
と思っていた。しかし
but no.
そんなのは俺の
How I
勝
feel
手な
about
決め
any
つ
of
け
it
で
is beside the point.
結婚するもしな
It's
い
your
も
choice to get married or not,
お前が自分で決めて
and I'll
構わ
support
な
your
い。
choice.
俺を
I don't
許さなくていいから
expect you to forgive me,
俺の呪縛から解放されて
but I want to be free of this curse of
幸
mine.
せに生きてくれ。
I just want you to be happy.
今まで
I'm so,
すまなかった。
so sorry.
"今でも怖いし、
I'm still scared.
許せるかどうかわからない
I
け
still
ど、
don't forgive you.
お父さんの気持ちだけ
At
は
least I finally
受け取ったから。
understand you. Well, the shadow disappeared. After Dad saved up enough money from fishing, he decided to start a restaurant with his longtime friend, someone who was like a little brother to him. That friend, however, stabbed him in the back and ran off with all his money, leaving him with nothing but debt. Apparently that's when things really started heading south for my dad. I mean, I do sympathize with him, but his past is not my problem. It definitely doesn't excuse him for making every day a living hell for me. When it's just him and my mom, he apologizes for the life of poverty he's forced us into because of his debts. According to Mom, there's nothing more shameful in this world to a father than letting his daughter see his weak side. If he acts the way he does to me just to hide something as dumb as that, then I think I might just go crazy right now. This house is theirs. It has nothing to do with me. I was just born here. I may be Hinako, the little bird, but I have wings of my own. If he doesn't care about how I want to live my life, then I'll just spread my wings and fly away. Wherever I choose to go will be entirely up to me. As you should. Bro, really? Man, I was feeling so good too. Bro. That hurt. 痛えじゃねえか。
うちの中まで。こんなとこに置いとくの。
I went to wait for a minute to subscribe to you on Twitter, and then it was such a mess. A mess? What happened? Why was it a mess? What happened? Are you okay? Oh. Her friends, yeah.
どうしてこんなことに。
Oh, never gets any easier to see.
ひなこ、遅かったな。あ？今から始めるところだったぞ。あ？誰のなんだと？
Oh.
それではご一同様包丁のさえをどうぞご覧くださいよーなんだその言い草は
ちは誰なんだ。
What's going on?
私のお父さんとお母さんを汚すのはやめろ。やめろ。私をお父さんとお母さんと戦わせるな。
Yeah, they're. Oh, jeez.
少しは感謝しろ。派手でやった恩を忘れやがって。
ひなこのためなのよ。
Oh, jeez.
私の胸の中にいる。お前らが怪我そうとしても無駄だ。
Wait, so these aren't her parents. So what are they? So what are these things if they're not her mom and dad? In this run, she doesn't see her parents as monsters anymore. Yeah. So these aren't her parents. Well, I guess it might be her fears that were created, right? Right, because we just had that cutscene where like she reconciled with her mom and her dad properly apologized and she understood him. I guess she's just still dealing with her PTSD. Her fear of like knives and stuff. Right, her fear of men. Hinako, yeah, Hinako is she's a basket case. She's the whole basket. Like, Hinako is the whole basket. Also, hey Q, one of my favorite games. Wow. Yeah, we're just doing the final ending now.
お父さん、お母さん。
Ah, shit. But wait, we fused with the shadow. What's really happening? I'm sure the other ones she doesn't take any pills. Kind of implies she still kind of do. Oh no, it's a bruxism. Teeth clenching, migraine. Hey, Bellhound. Oh, she's gonna be okay, you know? Mom and Dad are fine. What's really happening, though?
これを飲みなさい。少し楽になるはずだ。
What the? The true ending will be the friends we made along the way. Like other Ryukishi 7. I haven't played any of his games. I've only like absorbed them through friends.
私は一体。
まだ体が馴染まないのだろう。
I still
よく
prefer
こ
the
こまで
island
こらえてくれ
one
た。
and not Higurashi. I prefer the other one. Because it has Beatrice. Who make Neko being the most convoluted. Witches aren't real. No, witches are real. Is magic real? No, magic's not real. But could it be real? Let's make magic real. Magic isn't real.
愛想をつかされてしまうでしょ
Alright,
うか
bye Luna.
そんな
Bye
ことは
bye.
私が許しはしない。
Thank you for coming by. Like, is it real magic or is it not real magic? No, magic's not real. Magic's not real. Magic
少
could
し
be
血
real.
色が良くなった。
No, I guess magic isn't
君の
real.
体にも合うよう
I
な
wish magic was real. It's like 6 stages of denial, but it's actually like more like 20. 20 stages of denial and then reform.
これは
先祖の霊に備えた米と水を混ぜ合わせてこしたものだ。神聖な力が宿っている。
Yeah, so Foxman isn't actually evil. Well, the boy isn't. The fox, maybe he is evil. Yeah, Shu's not. Shu's a good boy too. Even though he kind of made her a drug addict.
もう立てます。ありがとうございます。
What we see in this game isn't what's actually happening, yeah. Hinako
行
is
こう。君のために用意し
a
た
complete
一
basket
番大
case.
切
We
な
have
も
no
のだ
idea what's actually happening.
はい。
Because it's all through her convoluted, maze that's going on in her head. We don't actually know what's happening. Drinking ceremony, there could be a crowd of people watching. The marriage ceremony could be bright. Nah. I'm very curious what's gonna happen. How this game's gonna end, truly. I'm really waiting for Inari to start her own playthrough. Because I feel like, man, she's gonna have so much to say about this game. Because like she's actually she studied Asian studies, culturally, history, and also like feminism. So specifically like Asian feminism. So she'd have a lot to say about this game. Prove your intent with the crest 3. Show what lies deep in your heart. Two chicks confide in one another in their shells. A fox watches over them in the light of his lantern. Nobody knows when, or even if, the eggs will hatch, not even the chicks themselves. Did I just miss something? Documents. The time for rebirth is now. Respect us, serve us, become the good and clever woman you ought to be. What? Leave me alone. Wash. Oh. Damned evil spirits. Kuroi suzume. So, kuroi suzume. Is that all? I'll never get over how atmospheric these areas are. So good. Scroll of Discipline. Realize your good fortune. This miracle is more than you deserve. Gratitude isn't something you can just demand. Yeah, you can't just be like, be grateful. Yeah, can't just say that. Utage wa owarimashita deshou ka? Has the banquet come to an end? I don't trust that door. Let's go to this one. Strict mother's letter. Good morning, my handsome boy. Your real last name is Tsuneki. It is told that those of Tsuneki lineage are destined to bring good fortune. Okay. Read that one before. So yeah, my boy is a bastard child. But you know what? It's fine. Everybody else died. So bastard child it is. Everybody else died, so... Is it this door? Damn it. Yeah, fuck you. And I missed. You can't hurt me. I'm stronger than that. I like how she blocks it and she just kicks him off. Okay. This room's so stupid. I hate going to this room. Get me out of here. Easy. Still hear one. まだ残ってる。死ね! Okay, that should be the final crest.
これは
No, we only have two.
服で怯えた。
Automatically perform a counter when the visual hint appears, but consumes max sanity. When equipping, sanity is also recovered at a slower rate. Dolphin slightly restores current max sanity after a perfect dodge. Sounds like a bad Omamori. It's a skill issue, Omamori. People who use that are got a severe case of skill issue. Come close. Women must submit to men. Kotuyuki is still but a fledgling. Come and we shall treat you as we see fit. Look into my eyes. I guess it's something to do with his family. Kotuyuki himself is not evil, but maybe his family is. Ah, my goodness. What? Ow. All right. Okay, that should be it.
Junko-san.
お取り込み中ごめんなさい。ひなことほんの少しだけ話がしたいのだけれど、よろしいかしら。
よろしいかしら。
では。
お姉ちゃん。
まだ生きてるのね。
うん。
しっかりなさい。
しっかりって。
未練は拙速では立てない。そう思い時間を与えたけれど、生きていてもいいなんて考えてないわよね。そんな甘えは許さない。殺せ、必ず。
もう少し外していた方がいいかな。
いいえ。お時間をありがとうございます。それではこれにて。
姉妹で語り合えたかね。
はい。
それでは行こうか。
Oh, whoops, sorry. I had to walk away for a little bit. Okay, now I got the fox crest.
あなた様のお印ですね。
Yeah, I thought that she'd be acting a little bit less crazy. Since we got, like, you know, all that stuff, all that character development. But hopefully, once we put these things in here, it'll turn out better. Okay, what was it? Two chicks confide in one another in their shells, and a fox watches over them in the light of his lantern. And nobody knows when or even if the hicks will hatch, not even the chicks themselves. So the two of them are in shells. No one knows if they will hatch. Confide to one another. Maybe it's the lanterns? No. Gotta give props with the armor kicks. Armored 6 that the scenario missions become different, yeah. A lot of things change in Armored Core 6. Two birds confide to one another in their shells while a fox watches. And this guy's watching. Oh, there we go. Go through the door. Kotoyuki-sama. You notice how there's like 6 altars here? Sort of like the room in Shu's room? Where there's like 6 altars over on that side as well. Notice that? There's some parallels with that. Guys, are you ready? We're gonna hear it again. Moichoi. One more time. We're gonna hear it. The greatest fumble in AAA gaming. What's supposed to be a serious scene just turns into a joke. Are you ready, guys? Are you ready? Here comes, here comes. Alright, we got the wrong rings. Let's switch them over. On 3, 1, 2, oh. Never gets old. It never gets old, the vine boom.
一緒だからここまで来られました。はい。
I mean, the drinking of sake is a thing. Exchanging of rings, I think, is a thing. I've never actually looked into how a Japanese marriage works. Skip to the chapter of resolve. Skipping would not affect. Yeah, let's skip. I don't feel like going through a billion stuff all over again. Alright, we got dark Hinako and we got white Hinako. Oh, hey, there's the doll. I don't remember. Was the doll the evil spirit inside of the sword? Yeah, I think the doll was the evil spirit inside the sword, right? It's a god of objects, yeah. I mean, it became an evil spirit, became a vengeful spirit. Basically, a war going on between the Fox God and the Tool God. Yeah, I know. I remember. Hinako's a pawn for them. Girl is just trying to live her life, man. Girl's just trying to live her big chungus life. And these guys won't let her. The other one, she was giving thanks to the doll, yeah. Now she's like, why are you trying to control me?
そうだ。
Man, these guys take so many hits. She's clumsy with the cut. Yeah. I mean, when it was cursed, the sword was basically swinging itself. It was swinging Hinako, actually. It was dragging her along. Yeah, we're too good for that. We don't need that anymore. Hinako's a big, strong, independent woman. She can swing swords without an evil spirit to help her.
お前らの思い通りにはならないぞ。私はもう自分の望むものが何なのか分かってるから。邪魔するな。どけ。
And the finisher. Total mate. Wish. Oh, big sledge. Yeah, we don't need that. Yeah, Hinako's big chungus chud life is hers to decide. No one else's. Alright, let's confront the final enemy. Oh. Who's the real bad guy? And what's actually going to happen for Hinako? Is she just gonna be able to... Is it gonna be like an ambiguous ending where she could end up with Shu or Foxman or neither? Just open-ended ending? I can't say I'm a fan of open-ended endings though. Yeah, let's get a kitchen knife. Can't say I'm fond of open-ended endings. Ugh. Swallow. For an encounter without using focus, increase damage, increase health, stamina recovery. No, I think we're good. We have really good talismans. Or omomoris. Spoilers. Yeah. I guess the village is the world of the tool god, and this area is the world of the fox god. Never thought of it that way, but it makes sense. Village used to worship the tool god, yeah, the big tree. Well, I mean, Tsukumogami faith is not necessarily like one god, right? It's that anything can become a god. So this is just the previous god of the same faith. The Inari faith was basically part of the Tsukumogami faith.
ひなこ、あなたひなこなの？
お姉ちゃん、私たちは
Dang.
誰かのおもちゃにされているの。
Oh, she sounds so crazy.
どういうこと？
私を嫁がせたい何者かと、それを妨害したい何者かが私を二つに引き裂いて戦わせている。
そんなことって。
The way she's
とて
talking.
もとても苦しい戦いだったけれど、私はようやくそれに気づけたの。
She sounds so crazy.
人に望まぬ選択を強いること、それをせかすこと、私たちはそれと戦わなくちゃいけないって気づけたから。ごめんね、お姉ちゃん。ごめんね、お父さん、お母さん。私やっぱり親不孝者だと思う。でも本当に私の幸せを願っていてくれるなら、この暴挙をどうか許して。
Is she like not trying to stop her this time?
これが私の選択、そして私たちをもてあそぶ者たちへの抗議。
There's the Hinako we know. Gorilla-san. Yay! Yay! Smash! Smash!
「どうして私たちはどちらかが殺されなければならないの？
To survive
どうして
this
私
nightmare.
たちは殺し合うしか対話ができないの？
Oh, oh wow. They're being, whoa. Oh wow. What the fuck?
ひなこ、これは一体。
Just imagine you're the fiance. girl just starts choking herself.
琴雪さん、琴雪さん。
稀に人里に真意を宿した希少な血を持つ女子が生まれることがある。
What is going on?
そのようなものが里に現れるたびに
Spells placed on her ancestors' success
我らは一族
stirs
の
within
跡取り
them
に
desperate desire
そのものを嫁に
to
欲
seek
す
that
る
girl
よ
out
う
and make her his
ま
wife.
じないをかけた。
何を言って。
歴代の跡
In
取
the
りた
past,
ち
we
は
relied on
皆
our cunning,
うまく多分
seducing our brides with clever deceits.
片身の跡取りを
This generation's man is a fool. Bro is possessed,
人間の娘一人
failing to charge his
たぶらか
biography.
せぬようでは
This is what an inexperienced failure
異
he
色
is.
が過ぎる。
琴雪さんは。
What is happening? Continue to be seeing her choke
お嫁
herself
さんに
alone.
したい一心で。ずっとずっと。努力してきたって孤独にずっと笑うな。一生懸
Could
命
be
に
a father-in-law. Oh, could be.
悩んで生きてきた琴雪さんを
What about Shu then? Like, this bride is crazy. Why did my son want to marry her? Hey, what about Koryuki? Or what about Shu?
全然乗り気じゃなかった。でも彼の気持ちを知るうちに私も同じくらい一生懸命考えなくちゃならないって思ったの。
She's like, I can fix her, Dad. You don't get it.
私だって悩んだ。怖かった。逃げ出したかった。でもあれだ
Whoa!
いつかお父さんみたいになるかもしれな
He
い
might
って。
become like my father.
笑うな。私の悩みを笑っていいのは
Wait!
未来の自分だけだ。
They're fighting each other's bosses. Right? We were using the fox to fight this guy.
彼の思いに応える
And
こと
then
で
we were using the sword to
私
fight
の
the
人
fox.
生は何を得られる
But
何
now
を失う何が変わって
the representatives are rebelling.
女の幸せは男に愛されること。そんな魔法の言葉で
Mahou no kotoba.
解決しない。
I like this sword. We're keeping it. Here we go. Oh, please. Wait, I didn't mean to retract my arm. Come on. Nah. Man. Fox Hinako can really take a hit or two. This is supposed to be hard mode. Oh, shoot. Heal. Well, that's not even fair. How did that hit me? お前最悪。死ね。くそ、死ね。Fix the sword, fix the sword. I would have liked to counter that, but well. There we go. She's girl bossing! No one makes fun of Koryuki.
私たちがどんな未来を選ぶかわからないけど、何を選んでも悩んだ分だけ受け入れられる。もし悩み抜かなかったら何を選んでも受け入れられない。
Oh, hey Chibbity! Hatsune Miku Android.
私たちが望むのは静かに悩める静寂だけ。お前のおせっかいはいらない。
Yo!
それは私たちの悩み。私たちだけの悩み。お前におもちゃにされる言われはない。
This guy's a freaking cheater. Gotcha. Wait, that didn't work. One sword! Burn! Rather like good smile ads than AI websites. Yeah, for real. Bro just refuses to die. My swords run out of durability. I don't have any more toolkits. It's fine. The sword has served its purpose. Oh, it's not breaking. That would have been nice to know. The sword doesn't break. Because of course it doesn't. It's a magic sword. Is it doing damage? It's doing damage. Oh wait, no, you're right. It's probably not doing damage. It is the doll. Poor Shu doesn't even get a scene. Poor Shu doesn't even show up. It's just Koryuki. This ain't good. This ain't looking too good for Shu. Much to drink. First wedding, many wounds. It is the father-in-law. But wait, no, isn't the father dead? That's why he's the heir, right? I tried to give you everything, right? Fair to realize what you desire the most. Now I know. We both share the same desires. Whether my love for you is more than mere whim of a spell. Could be Grandpa? I thought everybody in the family was dead. Maybe it's Grandpa.
もし私たちへの愛が本物だったならまた会いましょう。私たちもしっかり悩んで答えを用意しておきます。
Shoe shippers, I think it's not looking so pretty for you guys. Was it legit love? No, I think Koriyuki really did love her. Or at least he thought he loved her. Oh, wow! Fade to white. Oh my god! Now we know, one thing we know is that Hinako is in her 20s. She's not in high school. Yeah, her mind's kind of derp. You know, maybe she actually is wearing a schoolgirl uniform, man. Maybe in her psychotic break, she's putting on the high school uniform. Wait, is that it? It's just completely open-ended? That's a little bit disappointing, I won't lie. I was hoping for something a little bit more solid. It's not bad, I just wanted some more answers. One ending, she's wearing her wedding dress, right? Her and Shu when they run away together. He's wearing a suit and she's wearing a wedding dress. Is this like the first Silent Hill set in Japan? They really knocked it out of the park. Whole event takes place the day of the wedding, yeah. Till Shu brings her the Tylenol. Let's take ibuprofen together. Never take ibuprofen together. You know, there's ibuprofen, there's the alcohol as well. Yeah, how many substances are in her body? Was she smoking the dank kush too? I guess all the friends are dead in this ending because she already cut them out of her life before she realized, right? So they've been dead for a long time. Like, not dead for real, but like, she already like ruined her relationship with all of them. Or at the very least, she like put up a wall. I guess I can go watch some deep dive videos on the lore now. Just dead in connection, yeah. You don't see your friends in high school and middle school. I guess so. Actually, I recently had a friend from high school try to reconnect. Seen couples cut off their friends. Hey, Kudarin! Hey, hey, hey! This is a story, man. This girl is kind of cray-cray, but... You know, Koriyuki tried his best. Yeah, she starts choking herself out at the wedding. Everyone's like, is she alright? Focus more with the love interest more. You did it, Stinky. I'm not Stinky. I would never choke myself. It doesn't feel good. This part is so funny. With the freaking... Look at his smile. His possessed fucking chungus ass. Poor Shu doesn't even get to talk in this ending. He doesn't even show up. Poor Shu. Grandpa Fox isn't happy with the bride. No, Grandpa's like, damn, you fucking failed, man. It was this easy. She was already so broken. It was this easy, and you still failed to raise her up. I'm disappointed in you. Letter from Koryuki. The days have grown warmer where I am. What is it like in Ibisugaoka? I can still recall the startling beauty of dandelions peeking out through the cracks in stone walls. I would like to express my appreciation for the letter you sent me. It was quite enlightening. I will follow in your footsteps and start by simply trying to enjoy life. As per your recommendation, I purchased sauce-flavored senbei for the first time just the other day. Sauce-flavored rice... How deprived of a life has he been living? He's never had flavored rice crackers. It must have been quite a sight to see. A man dressed in a suit buying cheap rice crackers and eating them with children outside the candy store. Koryuki's he's kind of moe. The children laughed when they saw me, saying that real grown-ups don't buy such cheap snacks. And so I explained to them how I wasn't able to eat many treats as a child, which is why I'm eating them the way I am now. That's such an autistic thing to do. Well, kids, anyway, back when I was your age, I was not allowed to eat snacks like this, and that's why I'm here now. When they heard that, they began swarming around me and telling me all the different delicious ways you can eat sauce-flavored senbei. Though I must say I was taken aback when a child suggested I try putting strawberry jam. Strawberry no senbei. Imagine such a scene, a full-grown man eating snacks with children. Yeah, I mean, that probably would not fly very well in today's day. That would absolutely get you in trouble with the Twitter crowd. While I was rather embarrassed, I felt like I had regained part of my lost childhood. I intend to become reacquainted with my inner child, discover my own dreams, and live life to the fullest. And once I have done so, I hope to reevaluate my feelings for you. Whoa. She still has the fox. Oh. There's two of them.
どんな風に生きようね。琴雪さんみたいに生きてみたい。誰かをものすごく好きになって、その人のためにものすごく努力して、情熱のすべてを注ぎ込むような一途で一生懸命な生き方をしてみたい。今度は私から琴雪さんに求婚するくらいの勢いで一生懸命に。私は
Sorry, Shu.
まだ決まってないけど、とにかく何かに
Sorry, Shu. I'm sorry, Shu. You're not even in the running. Shu-kun, gomen. Fox Hina's like, I'm gonna become passionate, and the other Hinako's like, I'll find something.
ここは静かだね。誰も邪魔しない、せかさない。いるのは私たちだけ。
Yeah, but he didn't have much of a childhood. Study, study, study.
私たちだけで行く末を決められる。
Shu's at fault for being honest with his feelings. So he deserves the attention. Wow!
ビスが丘は
You're ruthless.
初めてかも。ここは私たちだけの
Not being honest.
静寂の恵比寿が丘だね。
It's kind of hard, you know. She was in a tough spot too. This girl's afraid of men because of her dad, right? She's afraid that like any man will just turn into her dad. She was at fault for drugging girls. Fair, true. Shu did a bad thing. So it looks like it's gonna be a Kodayuki end. Possibly after like Kodayuki learns to be able to enjoy his life of all the things he was deprived of. And, you know, see if he still loves her. And she's just gonna figure out something she can really get into. At least Fox Hinako wants to find a passion. The other Hinako is just like, I don't know, man. I'm just here trying to get rid of my trauma. I'm just here trying to deal with my trauma. Maybe we'll sit tight for a little bit. I'm just gonna vibe. How does that ending play into the wedding thing? The wedding's been called off. The wedding has been called off. Nah. Somebody, whether it's the fox or like maybe it's Kodayuki's grandpa or somebody, got really mad, got really fucking mad that she called off the wedding. They're like, yeah, maybe let's like find ourselves. Let's work on ourselves a little bit first. The real wedding, yeah. Well, she didn't go psychotic this time. I mean, she did try to choke herself out. And then she ended up saying, you know what? I think maybe we shouldn't do this wedding. I'm kind of like all fucked up right now. And Kodayuki is like, okay, you know what? You never told me about this. And now that I know about it, I agree. You know, it's fine. But Granddad's like, no! 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 It's been so long since the last time I got to go to a wedding. Why would you do this to me? No, I think the grandfather doesn't really care. I don't think he cares. It's like everybody else. Everybody else is like, what the hell is wrong with you for choosing that girl? I think he genuinely wanted, cause like, dude's like, yeah, it's been a long time since his last wedding. He really wanted to celebrate. He doesn't usually get this much to drink. It's like, oh, okay. He wanted it. He wanted it. That's what I think. And he got mad that he got called off. I'm so disappointed. Like, the way that it was worded, the way that Fox worded it, right? You are such a failure. That's the way he worded it. You know, the heirs of our family have always been able to raise up the spiritually powerful girls. But you failed. That just goes to show how useless you are. Your inexperience. Spiritual way through Hinako's eyes. Yeah, there's a lot crisscrossing, so it's up to interpretation, but also I'm gonna watch some YouTube lore deep divers and see what kind of stupid theories that they come up with. And then I'll decide which one I subscribe to. Coming up with my own theories is too much work. I'd have to do so much more, like, looking into the fine details. Right? I'm not like Leah. I can't just like take out a note and just start scribbling theories down. I'm not that crazy. Reaction time? Showtime? It's been 3 hours. And I don't know if I want to stream over someone else's theories. I mean, okay, we could do that, I guess. But like usually these lore videos, they go for like hours. Right? I watched the Silk Song lore video the other day. And that was like an hour and a half long. Movie night. This was a good game. 20 plus hours? Well, we definitely spent more than 20 hours. Playtime says 20 hours, but I think we definitely spent way more than 20 hours on this game. $100 for 20... it's not the best, but... Because like what? Must have spent like 50 hours on Silk Song. And that was that game was $20. Oh, there's a UFO ending as well. If we can find the UFO ending, we can watch that. Be Sugaoka in silence. We need to talk about our future. Of your own choosing. Dolls are happiest when they're loved. Drowned in bottomless pit of self-doubt. Alright. Ah. Flashbang. Let's look at the UFO ending. Alright, let's see what we get.
I don't sense of risk. They only take about an hour's location.
Wait, what's this?
Step 2, now make your way to Chapter 3 and look for the first of 3 movie posters, which is hidden in the farming land to the east.
Oh, so it's not just radio broadcasts, you also have to look for posters. Oh wait, that looks really cool. The Great Space Invasion, now in brilliant color. Experience terror like never before. The invasion of the body snatcher. Whoa!
While movie posters 2 and 3 are both found in Chapter 5, and you must take out this one to the south first of all.
Here goes Passion is chasing aliens. Yeah, you're right. They really did like those. They may already be among your loved ones.
And then make your way to this location, which is a 2-minute walk away, and take out the final poster.
The mothership has dispatched countless miniature UFOs. These tiny round discs attach themselves to innocent folks' heads and brainwash them to take over their body. Have you noticed any strange objects on the back of your loved ones' heads?
After that, just head out the alley onto the main street
It's
and
your
deal
channel.
with the enemies nearby.
Now, I'm not saying it was aliens, but it was aliens.
And walk to the shop and pick up the movie review to activate the UFO. And joke ending.
Although this work features UFOs and humans who are being controlled by aliens, the aliens themselves never make an appearance on screen. Instead, this film illuminates a corrosive power of suspicion. Sometimes trying to distinguish one's fellow man as friend or foe can be the real horror. In one particular chilling scene, local residents of the town where the UFO was sighted are mistakenly targeted as body-snatching aliens. The accusing humans scream and jeer as they send their own kind to a detention center. What's worse, anyone who dares speak against the group is seen as one of them and is locked up as well. One can only ask oneself, is coarse solidarity among humans really solidarity at all? At the end of the movie, the number of people killed during the alien invasion is shown. Interestingly, far more humans were killed by their fellow man than attacks from UFOs. Perhaps the aliens left Earth at the end not because they lost, but because they believed that humankind was not worth taking over. The Great Space Invasion is a movie that provides somewhat interesting social commentary to its audience, but anyone looking forward to a fun action romp will be sorely disappointed. 6.5 out of 10. Wait, what's this?
Why isn't there anyone in town?
Whoa!
Because of them.
やはりこれ
There's
は
no doubt about it.
奴らの仕業かもしれない。奴ら
Yeah,
そう
the
宇
aliens.
宙人だよ
They've been eyeing Earth for a
奴ら
long
地球を
time,
ずっと狙ってい
waiting for
る
the chance to snatch up
であれ
humans
ば
and replace
人
them with
間をさらい
aliens.
さらい
Rinko, Hinako,
ひ
me,
ねこだって俺だっ
any one
て
of us could be an alien merely pretending
ひょ
to
っ
be
と
the
した
real
ら本
person.
人のふりをしている
I'm not an alien.
たち宇宙人じゃない
Is there any way to prove our identities?
そこを方法はあるかい
There is.
あるよ
What? Didn't you die?
あんた死んだはずじゃそいつにやられて
This is Robocall,
この子は
an
私が作った
anti-extraterrestrial search and destroy robot
え
I designed and built.
人間型え
This robot can detect
この
aliens
子は
masquerading
人
as
間に
humans
化
and
けた
automatically eliminate
知
them.
人をえ
The battery's dead.
バッテリー切れるね
Wait, so the
じゃあそい
Sakuko
つに
that
殺
thing
され
killed
た
was actually an alien?
宇
That
宙
thing
人
was chasing me all over the
そい
place.
つに追いかけら
I
れ
guess you had a hint of alien on
ニ
you,
ョコに
Hinako.
宇宙人の匂いがつ
You
ま
might
ら
be
ない
an alien,
ニョコは
or
宇宙人
maybe
が
someone
マスクかも
close
し
to you
れ
was
ない
an alien. These things copy everything down to your
あいつは
memories.
記憶まで
But they're
コ
not
ピーするでも
perfect.
完璧じゃないの
Hinako, try
ニ
saying
ョコ
something
なん
only
か
the
自
real
分
you
しか
would
知ら
know.
ない秘密を話して
Oh, Rinko once
Rinko
took some
は
of Shu's hair and hid it inside her pillow.
え
Let it go try out a love spell and dream. Your turn, Rinko. One time, Hinako forgot her underwear in the locker room at camp
え
and
パン
didn't
ツ
claim
忘れ
it.
て
Rinko! You're gonna burn in hell for that.
えわ
Can't blame you for not claiming it. Gotta be embarrassing saying it's yours when the teacher asks whose it is.
Privacy wasn't really a thing back in the day. Well, one time, Rinko skipped gym class and took Shu's clothes and... Well, the day after she fought with Shu, Hinako took his recorder and...
Wait,
I think I'm more
what?
scared of girls than aliens at
Wait,
this
what?
His
What?
recorder...
The day after she fought with Shu, Hinako took his recorder. シュウと喧嘩して次の日シュウのレコーダーに What was she doing with his recorder? What was Shu doing with it? What was Hinako doing with Shu's recorder? We know Rinko does that shit, but like Hinako? Whoa! Whoa!
I think I'm more scared of girls than aliens at this
Damn,
point.
Shu's a harem protagonist.
Okay, you're good. You guys passed the test.
Shu's a harem protagonist.
next up.
All he had to do was like say Hinako, I love you, right? All he had to do was say that.
It's us, I guess. So one time, Shu ripped a page out of an adult magazine and hid it behind his bookshelf. And he also cut out a photo of a classmate's head and taped it to a swimsuit.
Whoa! 水着ポスターにクラスの女子に Wait. Isn't that Hideko and Rico? Whoa! Bro! Shoo!
Model poster! Okay. We got it. Now it's my turn. Oh! Sakuko first started wearing a bra in the 6th grade, while Hinako and Rinko started after summer break.
How do you know that?
How's that?
How does he know?
Well, we didn't find an alien.
How did he know?
But we did find an enemy to all women.
Can I see the cannon? Hey, the D
We're
fan.
heading home.
What about the aliens? Everything all right?
Ah, the neighborhood watch got together and took care of them.
Bye-bye. See you tomorrow.
She was very perceptive in a very specific
For
way.
dinner tonight, I'll make your favorite Hamburg steak.
ハンバーグだよ。
Mother, I told you that's Junko's
お姉ちゃんの
favorite.
好みだって。Is there a dog in that UFO? Wait, that was really sweet. Is that dog again from Silent Hill 2? Yeah, there was a dog in the UFO. There's a dog wearing headphones. Right, you can see he's wearing headphones. He's chilling. He's got AC and his favorite music. But yeah, yeah, can this be the canon ending? Of all fun, just like Silent Hill. Silent Hill 2 had one like this too. Fox Grandpa may be even more disappointed that Kodayuki's bride is a cuckoo for aliens. Now, I'm not saying it was aliens, but it was aliens. Ancient aliens. Yeah, shoo, right? I didn't know Rinko. I didn't know I knew Rinko was freaky like that, but I didn't know Hinako was too. What did she do with his recorder? You know, and then Shu, he took. See, the problem with this, right? The problem with this is not that he grabbed your photos and then stuck his classmates' faces on top of them. That's not the problem. The problem is that it's two different girls. The problem is that it's two different girls. Man could not make up his mind. And then, like, what was that thing with the bras? Sakuku first started wearing a bra in 6th grade, and Hinako and Rinko started after summer break in 5th grade. Wow, he really just like went and called Sakuko a late bloomer. This is sexual harassment. 1960s deepfakes be like, oh god. Most of the games have an alien ending because of Silent Hill 2. Ah. But during the wedding, Hinako was disturbing the guests, talking about ancient aliens. That's funny. That's funny. Because you don't have much choices living in a remote village. I'm sure he would have loved the modern time. Bro, I don't think things would end well for Shu in the modern time. I don't think things would end well for him at all. Freaking Kodayuki would be a VTuber simp for sure. He'd just spend all his money, all of his oil baron money, buying Akasupas. He wouldn't even be thinking about Hinako. Hey Grok, put her in a bikini. He would. He absolutely would. Freaking Shu. Well, you know, it's fine. in the actual ending, you know, maybe Hinako gets together with Koryuki later, and Shu, maybe he and Rinko end up together. Nah. After like Shu finally gives up on Hinako, maybe he and Rinko can be alright. And then, you know, Sakuko, her whole deal, did she actually want to restore the shrine, or did she not want to restore the shrine? Because the letters say that it was her dream to restore it, but the letters also say that she didn't want to be saddled with the responsibility. So which is it? I'm curious. 気になる。サクコがブラをつけて始めたのは小6の新学期から、ひなことりんこは小5の夏休み明けだ。うわー。とんでもないセクハラだよ、こいつ。So did the other girls not actually die? No. It was just like, it was symbolic of Hinako cutting them off from her life. Because like, that's what she believed, is that once you get married, you cut everyone else out of your life and you're just attached to your husband. Like, we won't, like, dad was a shitty dad. Let's not lie, dad was a shitty dad. He wasn't exactly a great guy. He wasn't evil though. And he actually did love his wife. Even though occasionally he like got really drunk and you know, the physical and verbal abuse. Nah. But like, I guess Hinako only saw that side. She didn't see the part where her dad would like grovel and like beg mom for forgiveness. Nah. Still doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it right that you can beat your wife and then just be like, say sorry afterwards, right? But it makes him a lot more human, rather than just being a horrible monster. Shows that like mom did have leverage over him, and she did love him. Hinako's an unreliable narrator. Maybe she did, but she memory hold it. Oh, you're right. Maybe she just forgot when mom told her all that stuff, and when dad apologized to her too. Her dad apologizing to Hinako behind the door. Oh, you're right, because like he wasn't moving, right? So maybe he was apologizing from behind a door. That makes sense. Because like when she was talking with mom, right? Mom was fully animated. That makes so much sense. She's a kid, so she either wanted to run a candy store or run the shrine, but she's a kid, so her choices are hard. Right, she also said she wanted to take over the candy store. Yeah, I hope things go well for Sakuko. It's hard being autistic. It's hard being mildly autistic in Japan. Poor girl. Hard to be a reliable narrator when you're on weird, unregulated psychedelics. True. Very true. I like the art style. It's cute. I wonder if like 60s manga were drawn like this. Like the... Because Atom Boy was before the 60s. Atom Boy was the 50s. I guess it's sort of like this, the art style. Although it's probably too clean. It's probably too clean to be like 60s art style. She needs to upgrade to major autism to become a trained otaku. Oh my lord, please. I don't know if I've ever met a female trained otaku. Trained otakuism is like very male male otaku. I don't know if I've ever seen a female trained otaku. Do they exist? They must be some kind of unicorn. See if there's like a lore video somewhere. Silent Hill F. Lore. Okay, which one's a good one? These are all like an hour long. No Eurogamer, I don't trust you to give me a lore video. Oh my god, I got jump scared by my own stream. All right, Gaming Harry, I'm. You better give me something good.
Hello, and welcome to the latest installment of Law & Order, the video series where I look at and unpack stories from games. In this one, we'll be looking at the story from the latest game in the
You've actually read
the
all
year
of Astro Boy?
1962 in the small rural town of Ebisugaoka in the Japanese mountains.
I don't like his
at the top of the mountain
accent at
rides the
all.
Shimizu family. The youngest daughter, Hinako, is sat outside the house and speaks with her older sister, Junko. She thanks Junko for always looking out for her, and she gives her a small bell as a gift. At some point later on, the father, Kanto, is shouting loudly about how Hinako is going to stop speaking back to her.
I can't listen to this guy's freaking accent. I can't listen to his accent. There's got to be someone else. There's got to be someone else.
Last year, I had an absolute blast playing my first Silent Hill game, the remake of 2, which Bloober Team, its developer, absolutely cooked with. Dude, it's the rocks from Ark! So when a brand new Silent Hill game was announced not long after, I was pretty hyped, and it's in Japan. Well, Silent Hill F was worth the wait, but don't just take my word for it, because by the end of this video, you should understand the full picture of the game's story and come to your own conclusion. We're going to figure out the big picture, what's happening in this town, how does it connect to the rest of the Silent Hill games, and perhaps most of all, what does the F stand for? The friends we made
My friend was so into Osamatsu. Also, he looks like
in this video,
Osamatsu.
I'm going to answer those questions for you. So without further delay, let's jump into the full story of Silent Hill F.
Yeah, this game definitely had tons of atmosphere.
Before we can get into the events of the gameplay, it's critical that we set the stage for where it takes place, the town of Ebisugaoka. The history of the town goes all the way back to ancient Japanese mythology. According to the Nihon Shoki, one of Japan's most ancient history books, an 8-headed dragon named Orochi demanded the sacrifice of young girls for it to devour every year. Upon hearing this, a deity named Susanoo brought 8 barrels of sake to the dragon and lured it into drinking them. Once Orochi had become intoxicated, Susanoo slew the dragon by chopping off all of its 8 heads. But according to Ebisugaoka's oldest historical records, after being decapitated, one of Orochi's heads flew far west and fell between the mountains of Higa no Kuni, the previous name of Ebisugaoka. It is said that the head eventually came back to life as a poisonous water dragon that plagued the land for many years, and there were records of toxic gas leaks from the underground water streams in the past. This is likely what spawned the idea of a poisonous water dragon in the region. But despite this being in Ebisugaoka's records, it isn't stated in the Nihon Shoki. Jumping far ahead to the 1100s, in 1156, there were 2 samurai clans that had recently become allies. These clans were known as the Taira and Minamoto clans, led by Taira no Kiyomori and Minamoto no Yoshitomo. A few years later, in 1159, the Minamoto clan turned against the Taira clan and started a rebellion, but the Taira clan crushed said rebellion completely, resulting in the death of Yoshimoto, most of the other Minamoto leaders, and their children. But the Taira spared Yoshimoto's son, instead exiling him him to another province. The
Get
Taira
out of
clan
here,
had
you
gained
chud.
dominance, but that same son of the Minamoto clan that they had spared, over time reunited his clan, aiming to reclaim power. Later on in 1180, the Genpei War sparked, and after a series of battles, the Taira clan leader passed away due to
the
fever,
Genpei
leading
War.
to the Minamoto clan defeating the Taira clan in 1185.
The Genpei War, I think, is basically the time when, at that time, nobles hired samurai as bodyguards to fight their wars for them. But at some point, the samurai realized collectively, wait, we don't need to follow no big chungus nobles. We have all the weapons. We have all the swords. We are in charge. So they killed all the nobles and installed their own emperor.
Resulted in the samurai rising as Japan's ruling class, starting its
Yeah,
700-year feudal era and establishing the Kamakura shogunate. After the war, defeated warriors from the Taira clan fled to all corners of Japan for sanctuary. Few ventured close to Ebisogo-oka.
Is that the
for
Elusive Samurai War?
poisonous gas
Yes,
that rose
this is the war that happens in Elusive Samurai. Guys, watch Elusive Samurai. It's such a good show.
the ground was a well-known thing. This made it the perfect hiding place for those shamed warriors. Though this did come with its own problems, as there are numerous records regarding the town's residents suffering from the water dragon's poison. And according to other local legends, the soldiers who fled here vowed to exact revenge upon the Minamoto clan and restore the Taira clan to its former glory. Upon swearing this oath, they buried the sacred sword of their deceased leader at the base of a great cedar tree. In the Muromachi period, the Great Famine of Oe had young individuals desperate for quick money, and so they searched for the legendary sword. One story even claims that the sword was discovered, but the youth that found it became consumed by the Taira clan's resentment and went on a massacre shortly after. From then on, the sword became known as the Sacred Sword and was thought to contain the lingering animosity of the defeated Taira soldiers. It's said that the sword's animosity continued to grow even as it remained buried under
An
the earth.
AU
So
Catholic
people
school
erected
also
a
lots of
sacred
that,
barrier around it
which
using
is
Jizo statues as anchors.
wow.
Sometime during the Kamakura shogunate, there are records of a transition from the water dragon faith to something new, the divine tree faith. It's written that a peculiar monk donning multiple masks and measuring over 3 meters in height visited the town. The monk brought people to that same great cedar tree and told them the following.
You who fear the water dragon's wrath, quake no more, for the beast grows weak and prepares for slumber. It is none other than this great tree that has sapped the evil from it. Devote yourselves to the great tree, and it shall keep that beast subdued until the end of time.
It was then that the people abandoned the water dragon faith and instead began worshipping the divine tree. But in time, the divine tree faith itself would also begin to change. Being a settlement hidden away from society, the residents of Ebisugaoka had no way of trading with the outside world, and so they were forced to treat their tools with extra care. It was from this unique culture that the Tsukumogami faith was born. Old tools would be brought to the hollows of the divine tree and offered to the gods, further warping the religion. The act of treating old tools with respect and
So like the religions got all messed up and tangled up.
reusing broken or unwanted ones was seen as a virtue and called kishi.
That's not what the
pleasing
tree
tool and the
faith
god it
was
was
supposed to
offered
be like.
But then, in the Edo period, Ebisugaoka witnessed another faith-changing event. The divine tree was struck by lightning and burned down. And by this time, the ideologies of the Tsukumogami faith had taken root, and sacredness was now determined by the antiquity of an object. The divine tree was not worshipped.
White originally they didn't worship the tree because it was old. They worshipped it because it was keeping the dragon sealed. But then they started, enshrining old objects because they live in the middle of nowhere in the mountains where it's hard to get new supplies, so it's hard to get new tools. And so they started believing that the reason they were worshiping the tree was because it was old.
For subduing the
And that's why they switched over to the fox. Okay, that makes sense.
water dragon. Instead, it was only due to the fact that it was the oldest object in the region, and so a new divine object was decided upon to take the tree's place. That next target for worship was the Inari statue. However, the sacred sword predates even the Inari faith. If the oldest object was to become the next object of worship, then it should have been the sacred sword. In other words, if the sacred sword was discovered, it would undermine the foundation of local beliefs. Before long, faith in the Inari statue itself developed, mixing with the Tsukumogami faith to create an amalgamation of beliefs completely completely unique to Ebisuguoka, and it said that Inari's messengers were foxes. This faith did also tie into the water dragon, and had its own explanation for how it kept it at bay.
With the divine tree destroyed by lightning, the land lost its guardian, and the ancient evil water dragon attempted to rise from its slumber.
Right.
Hearing the town's plight, a family of benevolent foxes traveled far from the west to subdue the dragon once more. The people's faith in them bolsters their power, but without enough power, the dragon shall awaken once more.
Since the divine tree wasn't suppressing the dragon anymore, the Tsuneki clan, or perhaps their ancestors, started sacrificing a woman every 8 years to satiate it. It required someone pure of heart with divine blood. They would drain her of her blood, sparing not a drop, adding it to wine that had been distilled 8 times over. They then filled her body with rice that had been mixed with the head of the family's saliva before sewing it shut. From there, they would dress her in wedding garments and put her onto a straw raft on the water's surface so her blood wine would seep into the water, sinking her into the depths and quelling the wrath below. But this would prove ineffective over a long period of time, so they placed a seal of immense power on the dragon, a great stone, so it could never break free. Upon that rock, they built a shrine named Heaven's Benediction, and it was up to the family's head to ensure that it would prosper for generations. It said that when Heaven's Benediction were to fall, the wrath of the depths would rage against the heavens, and both man and land were destined to face calamity. Now, depending on who you ask in Ebisuguoka, this could all be real or just legend, but we do have a bunch of events of supposed divine intervention or punishment within the town. For the Inari faith, a lot of people questioning or outright condemning it died mysteriously after, most notably a man saying that it was all manipulation of the population in order to profit. The son of this man would go on to write a revenge diary, documenting the history and writing about how much he hated it, calling it all nonsense. In the same documents, the son mentioned how he was eventually barely able to eat and how his body and house became infested with locusts. On the Tsukumogami faith side, though, there was an instance of a man
we still don't know what that was
armor
about.
who killed 13 civilians with a katana, preaching about how the Inari followers worship a false god. But with all of this said, it brings us to the Showa era.
Wait, is that why?
Followers worship a false.
Is that why the Tsuneki family's house is all bloody in the end? Yeah, we don't. This stuff was really weird. And then there was that guy the doctor who was talking about, like, people were like puking out and their intestines were filled with bugs and shit. I was just, what is going on?
False god. But with all of this said, it brings us to the Showa
It's really
era
weird.
in the 1960s when the game actually takes place.
Hey.
This is Shimizu Hinako, our protagonist. Hinako is in high school, and she's not like most of the girls her age. Growing up, she was part of her school's track and field club and preferred to hang out with boys. This made her an outlier at school, and girls treated her like shit because of it. She always saw herself as someone who was more like a boy than a girl. And
Yeah, how dare you fucking pick me?
in fact outwardly wished that she wasn't a girl. She was pretty stubborn, unlike her elder sister Junko. Junko was the golden child of the Shimizu family, always doing what she was told and meeting the expectations given to her. She would often smooth the edges of the rough relationship Hinako had with her parents, and Hinako would always try to do what Junko asked of her since Hinako looked up to her so much. Even though the two of them got along well, they had different perspectives on life, specifically what made them happy and how they felt about the societal standards
They're
for
just
women
being
at the time.
unguided.
Hinako grew up always despising people who told her how to
Chances
act
they were the
just
first
because she
trend
was a
of
girl.
it's a
And pretty much
bugs.
everyone in her life did just this. The kids at school,
Please
and
let it just
especially
be
her
a
parents.
trend.
The thing that Hinako valued most in her life was to be able to make choices of her own. She would rather suffer due to her own choices than prosper at the decision of someone else. Her sister Junko, however, valued results
Find water
more,
bugs a
deciding to
luxury
fit in
food.
more to social norms. So naturally, she tried to mirror these ideals onto Hinako. But eventually, Junko got married, putting distance between the two of them. In Hinako's own words, she describes her father as an alcoholic, drinking his life away after accumulating debt, who hits and bosses his wife and kids around. She describes her mother as pitiful, just sitting there and taking the abuse with no respect for herself. The Shimizu family was very traditional for the standards of the Showa era, or at least tried to be, and this would prove to have long-lasting effects on Hinako. Effects
School
that we
really
can
is
see
pretty, though.
firsthand when we start the game.
I really like the school. It's very pretty. Okay, this is a good video. Thank
We
you.
open to a cutscene of Hinako reminiscing about her childhood.
Helps that
before she
she's not
gives her
British.
sister some sort of memento. We then see a scene of her arguing with her dad, who's comparing her to Junko. Her mom tells her not to go, and that her dad is just worried, but she decides to go see her friends and walks out of the house. Once we walk into town, we see Igarashi's Sakuko. She's a bit strange and always seems to have her head up in the clouds, but the two of them are friends nonetheless.
She's a bit
Sakuko's
strange.
family, the Igarashis, previously owned the shrine that housed the divine tree. But once the town started to transition to Inari faith, their prosperous shrine became a fragment of what it once was. As a result, they made a much smaller shrine in a different part of town. But Sakuko remains very spiritual, and it's actually her goal to restore the shrine that they once had. She speaks about how spirits have spoken to her, telling her how a god is angry about another god stealing their followers. The gods even tell her to her, telling her how a god...
Oh. Yeah, so the Tsukumogami god. And the evil god is the fox. God has spoken to me today, said that the shrine had been used to worship an evil being, cause it to fall out
God
of
is
use.
angry about another god stealing their followers. The gods even tell her not to trust the other, tying back to the history of the town.
Mostly really good food was made because we the poors had to take bad food and make it edible, but then the rich were like, what the heck? I mean, to be fair, this was before refrigeration was a thing, so like lobsters and crustaceans would already be rotting by the time they were fished out of the water, so nah.
And its faiths. Of course, to what degree these gods are real in the world of Silent Hill F is one of the biggest questions we have. Moving on, we come across a boy sitting on a bench in front of a shop, clutching a little box of something.
Chicken was food for the poor. I mean, chicken, meat in general was just really hard for people to get back in the day. Meat in general was hard.
Best friend and has been for as long as she can remember. They grew up playing something they call Space Wars together, and Hinako believes that Shu is the only one who really understands her. During their game, they called each other partner, and ever since it's just kind of how they address each other. Shu never cared that Hinako was a girl, like all the other kids did, and has always stood by Hinako rebelling against her parents. See, the Iwa family has a long history of being pharmacists and stand-in doctors for the town in its earlier stages when there weren't any official ones around. His grandmother still works as one, and he grew up very close to her. As a result, he developed a lot of knowledge in plants and medicines and gained some popularity in
because
school
like
because of it.
this
He was
isn't
always giving kids medical advice.
like this isn't even some ancient history stuff, right? My own parents were not able to get meat when they were young. All right, my own parents weren't able to get meat when they were young, so it's a very recent thing.
Well as just everyday things to stay healthy, like acne treatment. Things seem a bit tense between the two while they sit on the bench, and they talk about some sort of choice Hinako is having to make at the moment. He hands her the box, which happens to have some kind of medication inside of it, and he says that no matter what she chooses, he'll stay by her side. But suddenly their conversation is interrupted by another friend of the two. This is Nishida Rinko, and if it wasn't already painstakingly obvious within the first few cutscenes, she has a massive crush on Shu and is quite jealous of Hinako's friendship with him. She's told Hinako just how much she likes Shu.
Parents don't know how to play the
Hinako
game.
always tells her that she has no problem with it, but despite that,
Bro,
Rinko's
I don't
always
even know if they were
asking her if the two
players.
of them are an item. Rinko's probably the most
Hot
normal
dogs.
character of the bunch. By
Implying
the
hot dogs
since she's a very
existed.
traditional girl and works hard. She'd always end up as the class president, but she would get
Implying
caught up in her
hot
own
dogs
ways of
exist in
seeing
third
things and was
world
rather
Asia.
ignorant. Hinako sees her as a best friend, but she's also heard rumors of Rinko gossiping behind her back. Before long, Sakuko pops her head up around the corner, joining the group. They playfully chat for a minute before Hinako gets distracted by something down the street. They ask her what's wrong, when suddenly Sakuko abruptly becomes covered in these red spots and falls to the ground. The kids run, and flowers start to spread throughout the streets, as they're chased by some kind of fog monster. It looks like Hinako is cornered, but she hears her sister's voice call out to her, and a ladder drops from the roof of a house, allowing her to escape, for now. Confused and injured, Hinako reads the note left on the box of pills Shu gave her. The note says that they're painkillers meant for her headaches and general injuries. And this is pretty much where your traditional Silent Hill gameplay begins. You head through the town's alleys and
My dad grew up under
houses,
martial law. I
encountering
get
these
stressed
little
when I
shrines that
think
act
too
as
freely.
safeguards. And of course, along the way, you see these grotesque monsters trying to kill you. Like the other games, the appearance of the monsters have symbolic meaning, but we'll talk about them a little bit later. Eventually, Hinako makes it back to Sakuko's body, and she gives her a proper goodbye in this candy shop. Fitting, since as a kid, Sakuko always wanted her family to own a candy store. This sad moment is interrupted by some more of the flesh doll monsters, which really
Your parents
angers
also
Hinako.
from the
Once
third
she kills
world?
them all, though, she passes out on the ground, and the fog envelops her surroundings. She wakes up in some kind of hall and hears a strange voice telling her to take it easy. Once you
I have
solve
an
the
addiction
puzzle
to eggs
here,
now
everything
'cause of
turns
it.
red, and Hinako starts banging on the door trying to get out of the room. She busts it open, and a man in a fox
You
mask
shouldn't be
catches
feeding
her,
chickens
telling her it must have
scraps.
been a nightmare. He
They
hands her a
should be
lantern and tells her to follow him
free
into the dark.
roaming.
And she does, through a series of puzzles and enemies, which eventually takes her to a door. He tells her that it's sacred ground and that, of course, she's allowed in. Quickly after, though,
Yeah,
she gets
my family
jolted
had a
back
farm,
awake by something
so-
hitting her and wakes up in Shu's arms. Now, the place she was just in is called the Dark
I
Shrine.
remember the
and she visits
chickens.
it many times throughout the game's
They
story.
smell really
If you haven't
stinky.
figured it out already, it's where the Tsuneki clan live. We can see all the Inari-themed architecture everywhere and even find notes from a girl named Mayumi. She writes how she was selected by the clan and told that her blood was divine before they made her a bride. Some of the stones in the shrine contain writings from her that look like calls for help. She writes how she probably won't come home and how she misses her family. We can also find a missing poster of her at some point during the game.
Oh yeah, there was that
most
subplot
likely
too.
One of the girls of the clan had brutally sacrificed to the water dragon, but the scripture that describes these sacrifices says that the dragon was sealed, implying that they didn't need to sacrifice women anymore. So it begs the question, what do the Tsuneki clan want with Hinako? Snapping back to reality, Shu is grateful that
so they didn't
Hinako is
need to do
alive.
it.
She asks where Rinko went, but he says that she got lost while they were running. So the two of them decide to go to her house.
Wonder where
and
the
check if
Tsuneki
she's there.
clan wealth
As they
comes
do,
from.
Hinako encounters something new.
You know? Organs.
And after escaping the thing, they reminisce about past memories they had together.
You know,
But after
organ
doing a
selling,
scarecrow
maybe?
field puzzle that reflects Rinko's hateful feelings towards Hinako,
Dowries?
they eventually make it to their friend's house. Rinko runs out.
No,
to hug
here,
Shu
though,
and
they have to
gives
pay
Hinako a backhanded
the
glad
person
you're
that
safe
they
too, before they head
marry.
into her house and figure out what to do next. They would leave
Hinako's
town,
family was
but
the
bridge is
were the
broken,
ones who
so
got
they plan to
paid.
take the highway behind Shu's house instead. Rinko and Hinako decide to go grab some medicines to bring them with them before they head out, but while they walk down the stairs, Hinako's doll appears again, telling her to beware of Rinko. This bitch gives her a death stare from behind and then fucking shoves her down the stairs. What is her problem? Waking up in the dark shrine again, this time Hinako finds
So,
this
like, she
badass
didn't
poem
actually
called the
fall. I
Nata
think she
and learns about
slipped.
a weird phenomenon that happens occasionally.
It wasn't
in the
actually
town.
Rinko.
Notes from doctors talk about people with glassy eyes, getting on all fours and making fox noises. They call it fox possession. This is the place we can also find the notes talking about the sacrifices made to the water dragon. But anyway, at the end of this dark shrine, Hinako encounters her first boss fight, a distorted version of Sakuko in a shrine maiden outfit, taunting and calling her traitor over and over again. When it looks like Hinako is about to get fucking murked, the fox mask steps in and does his Naruto jutsu to banish her from the sacred ground. Hinako follows him through the next door, and he tells her before they truly enter that they need to do a cleansing ritual with a nearby fountain. The man cleanses himself, but when Hinako does it, the water turns into lava, and she sees the doll once again,
floor is
warning her not
lava.
to trust him. Then she wakes up. It is at this point that Hinako starts to finally realize just how much Rinko despises her. The group heads to Shu's house, but things don't go according to plan.
To be fair,
Monsters are
Rinko-
everywhere. They instead have to go through their
I
own
think
middle
Rinko's pretty
school before they
justified
can
in
actually
hating
get to his house.
Hinako.
While doing so, Hinako keeps overhearing Rinko
Hinako's
tell
kind
Shu
of
to
playing
give
around with
up on
Shu's
him,
feelings.
and that she's already dead, living a better life in another world. Pretty fucking weird, but okay. They make it to the school, and Shu and Rinko decide to rest in one of the classrooms, so Hinako volunteers to scout out the area. Solving a series of puzzles and opening the way to Shu's house, she meets back up with them, and they suddenly say she should get some rest.
She wanted that
before they
recorded
head out.
first.
She does so, and yep, you guessed it,
Oh,
she's back in the
God.
dark shrine again. But this time, it's different. We get the regular puzzle-solving monsters.
Yeah, women are
thing, but
scary.
The room she finds past them
She should
are
just
all
properly
containing her
confess,
friends,
yeah.
restrained in some way. For Rinko, her cage is lowered into a pit of lava and she's burned alive. For Sakuko, the lights are extinguished and she's left alone in the darkness. And at the end of the dark shrine sequence, Shu tells her that no matter what choice she makes, he'll respect it, right before Hinako pulls a lever, killing him. All of these events are reflective of their own fears and emotions. Sakuko is afraid of the dark because it reminds her of how alone she is. She's also afraid of Hinako abandoning her, so she's left in the dark all alone, and she has a heart attack.
Oh. Oh, it's a heart attack.
For Rinko, she has this burning hatred and jealousy
I thought
for Hinako
she
that would
just,
eventually
like-
consume her, so she's burned alive.
Starved to death in there. I guess a heart attack works too.
And for Shu, he's constantly being put in a chokehold by keeping his real feelings for Hinako buried, so he suffocates.
Oh, okay.
When she walks out of Shu's room, the fox mask appears again, telling her that it must have
God,
been
I'm
really
so
hard to leave
stupid.
childhood friends behind, but that it had to be done. If you haven't gone onto the bigger picture yet, I promise you it will all make sense soon. It's just critical we lay the foundation first. When Hinako wakes up next, her friends aren't there anymore, but her objective is still to reach Shu's house. As she runs from more monsters, she tries to convince herself that they had to leave her. It was their only choice. They couldn't have just abandoned her at the school for more sinister reasons. When she's almost at Shu's house, the fog monster tries to get to Hinako, but the Tori gate, marking the start of the sacred space she's in now, blocks it from entering. Up the nearby steps is the old shrine where the divine tree is, which we will visit a bit later. But to the right is Shu's house, and it's here we can talk about how Silent Hill F actually links up to the other games in the franchise. In a shack behind Shu's house, we can find his notes on a certain flower called Hakokuso, which, after the seeds are ground and consumed, produces a hallucinogenic effect. It's an extraordinarily rare herb smelling of peaches and is notoriously difficult to cultivate as it requires a very specific environment in which to grow. It's so prized that it has earned the title the Flower of the Gods. According to folklore, the herb can give one the ability to converse with gods, visit their lands, and even awaken dormant powers.
Stop
Sought after
drugging
by
your
many
friends.
kings in the past. Shout out to Max Durad for mentioning this, but it also may have some connection to how the divine fruit in Taoism is a peach. So anyway, why am I saying all this? Well, if you're a long-time fan of Silent Hill, then you'd probably know about this certain kind of flower. Behind Shu's house, we can find a pond surrounded by white flowers. This flower, its leaves, and the condition it's growing in perfectly match the description of White Claudia and its growing conditions stated in previous Silent Hill games, where it was said to grow around the Toluca Lake. White Claudia was part of the substance used in religious practices that would cause hallucinations, later being turned into a drug called PTV. Shu writes in his clinical
Oh
trial
my
notes
god,
how
it's
he's
all about
spoken to another
hallucinogenic
version of
drugs?
himself in lucid
All of
dreams
Silent
when he
Hill?
takes the medicine made with this flower. He writes that there's no point in trying to force Hinako's opinion to change, and that she must make the realization
Stay away
for
from
herself
spooky
if he wants
mountain
her to not
towns
get
that have
married.
lakes,
So he gives her
guys.
the medication with this substance in it. Letting that sink in for a minute, Hinako goes into Shu's house. She looks at a picture, and then you hear someone knocking at the door.
What the fuck? Is that Guardian Ape?
So she gets chuck slammed into the ground by this giant green arm and passes out, going back to the dark shrine. The fox mask is holding her hand, walking down some stairs when he tells her the path ahead is of great pain and suffering, and that they will perform 3 rituals. The doll behind them says to run, there's no going back from here. But Hinako ignores it. This is the part of the game where things get pretty gruesome.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, I love this part.
Oh! Oh my god.
In these 3 rituals, first they replace Hinako's right arm with a giant white fox arm, allowing her to fight with it in the dark shrine, which is honestly pretty fun. Second, they scorch her back, branding her with the Tsuneki clan's symbol of a flower. And lastly, they replace the
that's
top
my
half of her
fetish.
face with a fox mask. Holy shit, what did I just watch? After all of this is done, the two of them walk down a long hallway of people wearing fox masks with Inari statues everywhere. There are women with masks sewn to their faces on the left, and men with kind of regular fit-on masks on the right. We do catch a glimpse of one woman in particular.
Oh right, that's
wearing
because
an
like,
owl
you know,
mask
they're not
instead. Keep no-
like that's why it's sewn on, because like they marry into the family.
note of that. The man says that they're all celebrating the two of them, and they wish Hinako the best in her new life. When they reach the end of the hall, they bow to the head priest standing in front of them. The doll warns Hinako again and tells her what her true name is, trying to remind her in case she forgets. The head priest in front of them turns out to be Rinko, and she starts swinging around this fiery flail and says how she's glad Hinako will finally be gone. Once she's defeated though, Hinako says she hopes Rinko finds peace before Hinako starts to become confused about her own identity. She questions if she really is Shimizu Hinako, and the fox masked man assures her that she is Hinako, his Hinako. Waking up looking pretty goddamn rough at this point, Hinako enters Shu's house again, and that same owl lady we saw earlier appears. Hinako realizes that this is her sister. Junko tells Hinako that she is still a lost little girl, and that her choice is her own, but she needs to decide soon. Then she walks out and disappears. Hinako starts to head back to the Shimizu residence,
Oh yeah, I
and
guess
on the way,
she's saying it's her choice, but really she's just pressuring her to like hurry up.
Flashback in a playground. A boy whimpers on the ground, cowering in fear from a fox that had just bit him. A girl steps in and pets the fox, telling all the kids to calm down because it's just scared. The boy was bleeding a lot and the girl comforts him. Some adults come and want to beat the fox to death for biting the boy, but the girl defends it. This boy, it turns out, is the Fox Mask Man. His name is Kotoyuki.
Like look at that height difference, man. Kotoyuki, a bit of a femboy, being defended by, saved by a little girl.
The girl is, of course, Hinako, and this is the moment he fell in love with her. The Tsuneki
To be
family
fair,
had been
she's
the
pretty
wealthiest
badass.
and most notable family of the region. for some time.
Malnutrition.
Having a talent for business, they amassed a large
It's a
fortune
swallow, not
during
an owl,
times of
yeah.
social unrest. Some time ago, there had been an arranged marriage between the current heir and a nobleman. But the heir had a lot of scandalous relationships with women at the time, and he had to cut them off for the marriage. One of these women came from a poor family of farmers, but her beauty caught the young man's eye. This woman's name was Sachi, and by the time the marriage was arranged, Sachi was already pregnant. The two vowed to run away together, but it was all a lie, and he ended up casting her aside. The Tsunekis kicked Sachi out and drove her to some far-off place where they could forget her, even though she carried a child with their noble blood. People say that she fought back her tears so hard that blood trickled from her eyes. Sachi had the child and named him Kotoyuki. Kotoyuki grew up in Ebisugaoka, and his mom would write him letters, telling him how he was not like the other kids because he had noble blood in him. Once he had been bitten by that fox in the flashback, he went to an emergency room. And after the doctor called him by his name, the boy responded in a way that he hadn't expected. The kid replied, "So that is my name." And he appeared to have glassy eyes with a blank face akin to a doll. The doctor was confused
Right, like the
because
fox
nothing had occurred
possession.
that would make him suffer from memory loss. Thus, the doctor couldn't help but think of the fox possession rumored throughout the town. Years later, the current leaders of the Tsuneki family passed away due to a mysterious illness. It seemed like a regular cold at first, but within days, their condition declined rapidly.
Right, so his dad's
Symptoms
dead.
included quadriplegia, labored breathing, and their facial features deforming. Eventually, they even started getting on all fours and crawling around, making strange noises. The current heir passed away, and his daughter had caught the sickness as well. But after a few more days, they mysteriously made a full recovery. With the current heir dead, Kotoyuki's mom wrote to him, saying it's his time to move to the Tsuneki estate, since he was next in line. and his
Grandfather. There it is. So yeah, the fox in the ending we just played was the grandfather, and he was like, son, you're kind of pathetic, simping for this crazy alien girl, and like the fact that you couldn't even make her fall in love with you makes it even worse. You're an embarrassment.
Had invited him. Before he left, however, he wrote a note to Hinako saying he'd never forget how she saved him that one day. Once Kotoyuki moved away,
Because remember, Kotoyuki is a bastard child. Yeah.
them exchanged letters for seemingly multiple years until one day he asked for her hand in marriage. As a result, though, the Tsuneki family would pay something called a bride price that was common in the Showa era. Hinako's dad, of course, took a liking to this idea as it would let him pay off his debt. And this has been the underlying plot of the game the whole time. It's why there's all this talk of Hinako having to make a choice, and it's why she's symbolically killing her friends.
Right, and like so there's all those notes about women getting sacrificed, but they don't do that shit anymore. But even though they don't do that shit anymore, they still have that reputation of sacrificing women, right?
Family. All the talk of her being dead is not that Hinako herself will die, it's that Shimizu Hinako, the girl they've always known, will die, becoming instead Tsuneki Hinako. She metaphorically slowly replaced parts of herself, becoming more and more of an ideal bride for Kotoyuki during the rituals. When Hinako returns to the Shimizu residence, she finds that everything has changed, and she barely recognizes it, which is probably a metaphor due to all of the time she had been spending away from home preparing for the marriage. There's a series of puzzles in the house relating to whichever ending you choose to pursue during the game. She experiences flashbacks of memories with her family and friends, but it's once she gets to her room.
I really liked that the puzzles change depending on which ending you're getting. So like that puzzle with like the weights on them, and the scales. In a lot of them, right? She's always weighing between her parents and like her and Kotoyuki, right? But in the last one, it's everyone else on one side and Hinako by herself.
Cutscenes. Remember what Shu said he experienced when taking the medication he made? Well, that's exactly
Hinako's
what's
always
happening here.
being sacrificed
Hinako
for her parents'
talks to another
retirement.
version
Yeah.
of herself. The part of her that is going.
Dad wants to take mom on a trip to see every onsen in Japan, which is insane because there's like thousands of onsens in Japan.
Going to give into the marriage and accept the decision being made for her, whereas you are the version of her that doesn't want to accept it. The two yell at each other about what decisions should be made until one of them disappears. Once she gets to the final room, she finds all of her friends that she had lost. And once going through the door in front of her, it's her mom and dad having
And
a
mom's suffering from
celebration
cancer,
for her,
yeah.
and some of their family friends being present as well. The dad raises the knife in his hand, and Hinako gets flashbacks to when he had thrown it at her. Then she breaks down. The parents turn into monsters, and the dad's form is what we've actually seen before many times in the game. The parents argue with Hinako in their voice lines while fighting her, and it's once Hinako defeats them that they leave the house. Hinako follows, and when she gets through the door, we finally have a full view of the fog monster that had been chasing her the entire time. It's wearing a shiramuku, a wedding kimono. We can see it's faceless, and it holds the parents'
failed
heads
business
in
and
its
his wife
claws.
is dying. Yeah. So yeah, man can't help but drink. And all the while, the daughter, who doesn't know what's
Hinako
going
passes
on,
out and enters the
keeps
dark
chewing
shrine
him
again,
out.
with Kotoyuki next to her. He gives her some special drinks.
And he's like,
gives her
no,
runes,
according to
marking that
the Showa man's handbook, my children are supposed to fear me, so god damn it.
he belongs to him. Eventually reaching the end of the shrine, she meets with Kotoyuki again, as well as her sister. Junko asks for a moment of privacy and asks if Hinako killed it. Hinako seems confused, and with that, Junko knows everything she needs to. Here, they're talking about Hinako's doubts, and it seems like Junko is looking out for her here, saying that if she has any doubt past today, then she'll have to stop the marriage or convince her not to do it. After this, Kotoyuki and Hinako take part in what they say is the final rite. They each put a ring into the slot of a white and a black fox before Hinako wakes up, confused and enraged. She chases the fog monster, fighting through a ton of annoying-ass enemies in the town until she finally reaches
Yeah, that was the
it.
worst.
Hinako tries to strike the monster, but it grabs her.
I'm glad they
and Junko
patched that.
comes out from around the corner, telling the monster to kill her. All of these events, the house, the clone, her parents dying, and chasing the fog monster, this is Hinako's last visit to her hometown before she gets married. She's saying her final goodbyes to her old life. Most of her self-reflection happened when she got to her room and the two sides of her were arguing back and forth. Then she says goodbye to her parents, crushing the memory of them. From there, that version of her that doesn't want to get married chases the fog monster through the town, trying desperately to stop it from leaving forever. The fog monster is Tsuneki Hinako. All these dark shrine experiences were seemingly flashbacks of her time spent with Kotoyuki at the Tsuneki estate. And now, this is where she enters a final flashback.
So she's been like going back and forth to his place. That's what was going on.
With the doubtful version of her crushed, the monster turns into the fox version of her, and we see the symbolic killing of her parents from the other side, coming full circle. Now, here's where we talk about the 5 endings. To get any of the other ones, though, you first have to get the default ending, and the other ones are done in different New Game Plus playthroughs. I'm gonna leave a couple of things out during these first few, because to truly understand the full story, we're gonna have to see the other endings first. And there is a clear reason why you need to get the 2 different endings before you can get the true one. A lot of the cutscenes throughout the actual game itself do change slightly depending on which ending you're getting, but the ones the most different are when she revisits her house. First though, let's talk about what's actually happening when the Shiramuku kills Hinako in that last scene. The new reborn version of Hinako basically takes the place of the doubtful one in the real world, and the now doubtful one is stuck in the dark shrine instead. She follows a trail of pills into the main wedding hall, which is where she shows her sister the pills, and she starts actually losing her shit because of them. The Shiramuku appears, and Hinako starts yelling at her, telling her that she took everything. And it's here where the 2 parts of her conscience battle for control. We see fox eyes in the distance while they fight, and when Hinako defeats it, she frantically runs away through changing hallways and rooms, passing thousands of pills littered all over the floors. She exits through a big door, and this is where we hear police sirens and see flashing lights.
Yonikawa 2 to HQ. We've got 2 male victims here. Same female suspect as in the wedding massacre on Route 8. One victim is currently in cardiac arrest.
Kagurocho 1 to
HQ. She didn't just kill people at the wedding. She just kept on going around killing people after she left.
Haven't found the knife used by the suspect at the scene. Chances are good that it's still in the suspect's possession. We'd better consider her armed. Over.
She's just killing everybody.
Attention all departments. This is HQ. Female suspect is in her 20s and wearing a wedding dress. Height is a little over 160 centimeters. Last seen fleeing Tsuneyoshi
Man, that's like
Drive.
5'4".
Believed to be armed and highly
Pretty
dangerous.
tall for that time.
Exercise extreme caution.
Coming HQ, this is Kagrocho 1. It appears the suspect was observed consuming
Pipes
red
and
and
knives.
white capsules at the scene of the crime.
Kaguracho 1, this is HQ. Did the capsules match the ones discovered at the wedding venue? Over.
HQ, this is Kagrocho 1. Affirmative. We've collected the capsules that the suspect dropped to.
Those pills that Hinako had been taking throughout the whole game were slowly making her unstable and psychotic, until she finally broke during the wedding ceremony, killing a bunch of people and fleeing the scene. The police say that there were 2 male victims, but these were just some that were in her path while she fled the shrine. How many people she actually killed at the wedding is unclear, but considering the police called it a massacre, it was probably a lot. After she killed the Shiramuku though, there were 3 monsters that appeared in front of her, so maybe it was 3 that she stabbed. Overall, this ending was relatively straightforward, at least compared to the other ones.
Yeah, the other ones only make it more confusing.
When New Game Plus has started, some of the dialogue changes, and with that and the ending cutscene we just witnessed, things start to line up. After the first ending though, to get any of the others, they all have a few
Shu
things
and
in
Koryoki?
common.
I don't know, because this is outside the wedding.
Of the pills Shu gave her. And remember
And Shu was at the wedding.
We're gonna need
so
that too. But for this ending specifically,
probably it
you
was
either
someone
need
else.
to not find it or
Someone random.
purify it once you do. The item you do absolutely need for this one though is a special medicine called Agara no Hote-sama from one of the Dark Shrine levels. This medicine was very ancient and also volatile to the human body. It was only recommended to use for cleansing the most evil spirits out of people. This ending shows what happens if Hinako accepts the wedding. The self-reflection during the house sequences is her convincing herself that she needs to grow up eventually, and how she thinks fighting so much for her ideals would only lead to despair. She desperately yells at her doubtful self to show her that it is worth it to keep fighting, but it's to no avail. During these
Most other
endings, we
people will
realize
run,
that the
yeah.
doll following Hinako around, giving her
Follow her and
warnings,
stop
is
her
actually
got
the
beat.
Tsukumogami god we discussed
I think
earlier.
they're all
It
dead.
manifests in the form of
I think
Hinako's
they were
doll,
all dead.
likely because it didn't receive a proper farewell like the Tsukumogami god desired. Instead of offering it to the god, Hinako had just thrown it away. Once Hinako makes it to the shrine in this ending, she talks to her sister
What did he
again,
just
like
say?
before, and is worth it to keep fighting, but it's to no avail. During these endings, we realize that the doll following Hinako around, giving her warnings, is actually the Tsukumogami god we discussed earlier. It manifests in the form of Hinako's doll, likely because it didn't receive a proper farewell like the Tsukumogami god desired. Instead of offering it to the god, Hinako had just thrown it away. Once Hinako
she didn't properly enshrine the doll, and she just threw it away, and that's why it's coming back.
makes it to the shrine in this ending, she talks to her sister again, like before, and Junko comforts her. We see the doll appear on her shoulder, and right after,
Yeah,
the
because
sister
in
disappears.
Tsukumogami's faith, right, when objects reach 100 years old, they become Tsukumogami and develop a mind of their own, right? In order to prevent that from happening, you have to take better care of your tools, and then when you're done with them, you have to properly enshrine them to dispose of them.
The fox Hinako appears, and they strike each other, but the doubtful Hinako
Got the
becomes
witty
possessed
treatment.
by
I don't want to play
the
with
fox
you
Hinako
anymore.
drinks the cleansing medicine mentioned before, cleansing the doubt of the marriage once and for all. But then Shu appears and expresses his feelings, telling her he doesn't want her to get married, before confessing his love. He tells her about the pills he gave her, how they made her reflect on herself, but that they're extremely dangerous. Basically, he tried to make Hinako unmarriable. He feels horrible about what he did, and then
He tried to make her unmarriable. Sorry, I need to see that again.
He tells cleansing medicine mentioned before, cleansing. Doubtful Hinako becomes possessed by something. The fox Hinako drinks the cleansing medicine mentioned before, cleansing the doubt of the marriage once and for all. But then Shu appears and expresses his feelings, telling her he doesn't want her to get married, before confessing his love. He tells her about the pills he gave her, how they made her reflect on herself, but that they're extremely dangerous. Basically, he tried to make Hinako unmarriable. He feels horrible about what he did, and then the Tsukumogami god appears, enveloping and becoming part of him. Hinako fights the god, and while she does, she and Shu talk about their past. Once defeated, Shu becomes free of the god's grasp. The three of them all come to terms with what's to come, and the ending seems pretty okay, until we get to the scene where it really emphasizes what's happening. We see Kotoyuki and Hinako standing on the steps to the shrine right before they head into the wedding. Once they walk into the hall, we see Hinako's peeled off face sitting on the steps below with a voice of its own.
Yeah, this one was really this one was really out there. Uncomfortable to watch. Especially after how heartwarming it was earlier. Because like she does it because she likes him, right? But at the same time, she's still got a horrible fear of men from her dad. That's why she's like saying she's scared here. Ooh.
The fox wets its tail. The next ending is one which requires the sacred sword. So
she's afraid he'll become just like her dad.
Well, Hinako has to break them by offering old tools to all 5 of them around the town. When she gets it though, she needs to not cleanse it. Once she gets to the house, her self-reflection dialogue this time is her non-doubtful side, being confused what love really feels like. She's unsure if she's actually feeling it, but the doubtful version knows for sure that it's not the same as what she feels for Shu at the very least. They agree that one of them has to be wrong, and the non-doubtful Hinako suddenly starts panicking, saying if she's the one that's wrong, to please kill her before it's too late. This time, during the wedding ceremony, we see the doll interfering again.
Men.
And Hinako fights the Shiromuka. But this time,
this isn't your time, Q. This isn't your time. This is about Hinako. This isn't about you.
He demands that it shows its true self. The doll shows itself, and Shu hits Koroyuki with his bat.
It's Koroyuki! It's Shu!
Must be influencing her. So
from the corner with the steel chair!
The doll shows itself, and Shu hits Koroyuki with his bat. Then Koroyuki gets really angry and turns into a giant red fox.
Big Chungus fox.
Now, with both gods showing themselves to Hinako,
what the fuck are you on about? Well, what are you on about?
Interpret these endings. The game does a beautiful job of writing the story with 2 interpretations in mind. You could take the more literal route and believe that all these visuals and dialogue are just metaphors and parallels drawn to what's happening in the real world, or we could take the route that appeals way more to the religious and folklore of Ebisukuoka. Specifically the idea that Hinako is actually speaking to gods and that they're influencing everything. The way you can think about it is with a scale between
white-haired men, they're all whack. No, that's not true.
In the original ending, the scale is tipped more on the Tsukumogami side. Since it's angry about its followers being stolen, it would make sense that it would want to sabotage the clan most closely tied to the Inari. With the Fox wedding ending, though, the scales would be tipped more in Inari's favor. The Fox got what it wanted, which was to marry Hinako, and she even fought off the Tsukumogami herself. In the ending we were just watching, the fox wets its tail, Hinako fights Koroyuki, and the red parts of his fur start to slowly come off, turning more orange. The 2 of them argue during the fight, and eventually, there's no more red left. He accepts defeat and begins to heavily self-reflect, realizing that maybe getting married isn't the best idea. He tells them that the 2 can leave, since he would take care of things from here. Shu realizes that Koroyuki was someone they used to play
side on Q. That's insane.
To interpret this literally, Koroyuki is showing his true self to Hinako as they argue. The red tint of his fur represents Hinako slowly getting through to him before he finally realizes. After Hinako and Shu leave the wedding, they tell each other that they look weird.
Don't make me call you on Discord. What is up with women calling me on Discord while I stream? Get away from me.
Clearly, we're not seeing the truth, at least visually. For the more religious ways of interpreting this, though, the scale would be more tipped in the Tsukumogami side. The sacred sword that Hinako used to get this ending still has the will and animosity of the defeated Taira clan, and it clearly assisted her. The ending seems alright, but if we really wanted the perfect ending for Hinako, it would have to be an ending free of any divine influence entirely. To get the true ending, the sacred sword has to be found and cleansed at a shrine near Shu's house. But the water in that shrine
realized
has
Hinako's cray-cray and let her go.
How do we cleanse it? Well, in the same place that Agura no Hote-sama is found, there's actually a puzzle that turns the water of the shrine red. Previously at this shrine, the people that prayed here thought that the red water held the same qualities that the Agura no Hote-sama did, and they would use it accordingly. Once the water is changed to red in-game, Hinako can bring the sacred sword there and cleanse it of all the hatred and animosity held within. Secondly, the brooch that Koroyuki gave Hinako, marking her as his own, has to be offered to another statue. Once Hinako makes it to the house, we get an extra sentimental cutscene of her talking
Gramps
to her mom. Her
can't
mom
fix
tells her
her.
the true story of why her dad was suffering. His best friend, he saw like a brother, stole all of his money and ran off. She says how she's not as helpless as Hinako thinks, and that her dad is very different when it's just the 2 of them. The self-reflection cutscene in Hinako's room this time is her dad getting on his knees and deeply apologizing to Hinako with every fiber of his being. The doubtful Hinako watches herself getting angry at the father, not forgiving him or listening at all, but the other one steps in and says to hear him out. She says that even though they may never truly forgive him for the pain he caused them, he's still family. For whatever reason, Bro thought that
this isn't as kira kira doki doki mochi mochi puyo puyo waku waku as I remembered.
Saying that he hoped the way he acted.
Were you taking Tylenol too?
And he says he knows that Kotoyuki can give her a much better life. He also mentions he liked Shu. He thinks he's a good man and always thought they could build a happy home together. He emphasizes that he just wants her to be happy and the choice is hers entirely. With this, Hinako finally understands her father, and once she gets to the wedding, she tells her sister something is seriously wrong here. People are always pushing them, rushing them, forcing them. She apologizes to her sister, her mom, and her dad for being a terrible daughter. And she says that if they want her to be happy, she needs to make her own decisions. She won't be some puppet to be toyed with. The fox version of herself appears like before, but this time they ask themselves, why must they bleed just to see eye to eye? Just when it looks like they're coming to terms with each other, something takes hold of them and forces them at each other's throats. And it's here that we see the truth.
The big Chungus gods making a teenager fight their battles for them. I guess she's not a teenager, she's in her 20s.
Kotoyuki!
Once in a blue moon, humankind produces an extraordinary girl
who is blessed with divine power.
Self-delete during the wedding. Kotoyuki's like, yo, what the fuck?
A spell is placed on our clan's successor that stirs within him a desperate desire to go and seek out that extraordinary girl and make her his wife.
What are you?
In the past, we relied on our cunning, seducing our brides with clever deceits. But this generation's heir...
Yeah, Granddad is disappointed.
All he wanted was for us to get married and be happy together. He tried so hard. He was alone.
Grandpa walks in seeing shit going on, disappointed. You know? Grandpa was like getting so ready. He was like getting ready to partay. Opens the fucking door. Girl's trying to choke herself out on the altar.
Don't you dare laugh at him! What he suffered.
He's like, oh, my stupid chud grandson. I can't believe you're into this freaking alien-obsessed girl. What's wrong with you?
Understand! You monster!
Hinako fights against the gods influencing the different versions of her, swapping back and forth between them.
I don't know what our futures will look like. But no matter what we choose in the end, we will face it. And if we don't agonize over that decision...
Why is the English one so anime? Why is the voice acting in English so anime?
Just let us think! Think over our lives in silence! We don't need your meddling!
21.
After the fight, Hinako apologizes to the doll for not performing the final rite, and Kotoyuki rushes them to safety. He apologizes, saying he's had many drinks.
She apologized to the doll for not properly, you know, enshrining and burying it.
Is usually so kind. He tells them he needs time to think it over as well. He wants to know for sure that his love for them is not the mere whim of a spell. The literal interpretation of this is that the Tsukumogami is Hinako's most negative emotions, her self-doubt and past trauma. It's why the Tsukumogami enveloped Shu after he confessed to giving her those pills in the other ending. Since they had cleansed the doubtful Hinako with the medicine, it had to latch onto whatever strong negative emotions it could in that moment, and the giant fox would be Kotoyuki's grandfather. Hinako battles both of them through and through until she's able to finally
it is her
think
grandfather.
for herself clearly, without the influence of others. The things Kotoyuki says after heavily reinforce this, and the spell he's talking about could just as easily be the arranged marriage itself, or just the idea of marrying Hinako coming from other people. The religious way, on the other hand, would be the fact that these gods are entirely real and are the core perpetrators of what's happening. Inari has possessed the grandfather and to an extent Kodayuki. It's likely the Tsukumagami is angry with Hinako because she didn't perform the proper ritual when getting rid of her doll. But it's also taking advantage of her negative emotions that had been piling up within her for so long, and using those to its advantage, trying to sabotage the god that stole its followers. Because of Hinako's divine blood, Inari fell in love with her at first sight, casting a spell on Kodayuki and spiriting Hinako away to become its bride. It's said that gods would sometimes marry humans, and most people found it odd or unspeakable, but some say they would do it to strengthen the bond they had with humanity. When Kodayuki was bit by the fox as a child, it's possible that this is when Inari's
there's the
influence
literal
or
and the
spell really
like
started
the
to take control of him. As we can read, it
metaphorical.
seemed like he was possessed when he went to the emergency room after. With the scale metaphor, this ending would obviously have both of the gods out of the equation entirely, leaving only one thing on the scale, that being Hinako herself. As the name of the ending implies, Ebisuguoka is now silent. Hinako can now think freely with her newfound mental clarity, whether it be due to the absence of divine influence or not letting her negative emotions as well as other people dictate what she does with her life. Kodayuki gives Hinako, both sides of her, a hug. It then fades to white, and she gets a letter from him saying how he wants to try and enjoy the things a little more, since he wasn't able to experience his childhood to the fullest because of his strict mother. Then we see the two versions of Hinako talking to each other, except they're no longer doubtful and non-doubtful.
Why are you biting your lower lip?
Described earlier. Now, the
Isn't
fox
that like what
version is
girls
the part
do
of
when they're
Hinako
like
that wants to deeply love
like
someone, to be
thirsting?
so
Please
passionate
don't
that
do
she
that
might
here.
propose to Kodayuki one day when she's ready. The other
Please
part
don't
is
do
her
that on
more
my channel.
independent side, and emphasizes how she wants to pour her heart into
Wait,
something
you
as
like
well,
you
but
like
she's not
Foxman?
sure what it is yet.
Oh.
It no longer feels like some kind of alien trying to take over her body. The two of them sit on top of a torii gate with a view of the town, and Hinako has finally come to terms with all of herself.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't believe you, Q. I don't believe you at all. Is it gonna go for the UFO? He is.
Alright, now real quick, speaking of Hinako's doubts, I do want to briefly cover the monsters of the game and what they represent. We can assume
yeah,
the
that'd be
flesh
nice.
doll looking ones are Hinako's fear of being controlled like a doll, a mere creature that's destined to just take the abuse given to it. The pregnant belly monster likely is from her fear of becoming pregnant, since she visited her sister in the hospital and saw her throwing up, looking way more aged and sick. I mean, the monster literally vomits on you, so I'm pretty sure this is where it came from. The weird faceless monster that gets on all fours and licks her face once it grabs her is how she sees a certain type of men. Greedily staring eyes, acting all chummy with her. It's all repulsive, and what's more, it never bothers with guys. The big fleshy monster with the giant knife is, of course, her dad, and the scarecrow likely represents the personas or masks that she or other people have put on. And last, the big clump of dolls seems like an amalgamation of lost childhood innocence from young girls when they come of age, at least according to the way Hinako describes it in her journal. Now, for the last
Explains his
ending,
money.
we have the less serious one. This plays into the game the kids played together.
He might
and
be an
were
idol
obsessed with
singer.
aliens growing up.
I don't like
Around the
white-haired
town, there's a
males.
series
Oh
of
yeah, okay,
objects and
sure.
radio dialogue relating to a great space
I'm
invasion.
sure I believe
And once
that.
you find all of them, we see this old cartoon of the four friends hanging out together. They came to the conclusion that all the fog and everything was the aliens coming, replacing everyone with aliens in disguise.
Ooh.
The Shiramuku comes into frame, and apparently it's an alien-seeking robot that Sakuko
Watch his
made
white
to
hair
hunt down the
VTuber,
imposters.
right?
They start exclaiming
And your
to each
mouth
other
is
that they
saying
aren't
one thing, but
aliens
your
and that they
actions
can
are saying
prove it by
something
telling
else.
embarrassing stories of each other. Hinako's parents come to pick her up, saying the aliens got taken care of by the neighborhood watch, and her mom says that she's making Hinako's favorite food for dinner.
I'll make your favorite Hamburg steak.
Mother, I told you that's Junko's favorite.
Oh, her parents are aliens. Okay. This ending was really funny and a nice change of scenery compared to what we had to experience earlier. Oh my god, please don't remind me. Oh! There are a couple of things that aren't very clear about Silent Hill F. The most obvious one being, what is
Sassy,
actually
why
real?
not?
This question
Nah,
being
don't say
as
that.
unclear as it is pretty much the reason I decided to have multiple interpretations for the story. You could almost explain all of the religious parts of the game simply due to the fact that she's been taking the White Claudia medication. But every ending except the first one, she doesn't take the medication at all. It actually locks you out from getting the other endings if you do. A second question I have is regarding
I mean, that's true, but like, even though she hasn't been taking it, that's on the day of. She's probably been taking it up for like, who knows how many years up to this point, right?
Hinako's mom had cancer and her father went into some debt.
Oh wait, no. He was trying to sabotage the wedding. So maybe the medicine he gave her previously was fine, but like this latest batch was bad. Yeah, when she met up with him again, and this is like the day of, right, the wedding, so that's probably what happened. Her poor liver and kidneys.
It's entirely possible that the story the mom told about his best friend stealing his money and running off was all a lie to cover up the fact that they went into debt because she had cancer. When Hinako finds the letter from her uncle, it's entirely possible that the story the mom told about his best friend stealing his money and running off was all a lie to cover up the fact that they went into debt because she had cancer.
Oh, I see. So mom was lying about the guy stealing the money. What really happened was going into debt because of mom's cancer. Oh, yeah. Okay, great. I had a couple questions about that, but that makes sense.
When Hinako finds the letter from her uncle meant for her dad describing this event, Hinako sounds very confused, so it leads me to believe that this may be the case. And the most important question of all, what does the F stand for?
It stands for fuck, because this game fucking slaps!
How did you enjoy Silent Hill F? Did I leave anything out? Or maybe you have different theories entirely. Why don't you...
All right, I'm giving this guy a thumbs up. He deserves it. All right, thank you, Nettie the Noodle. That was a good video. It stands for fuck because this game fucking slaps. Genius. Actual genius. This is a good game. Good game. Very good. Very good. Shu, stop drugging your crushes. It's not a crush. It was somewhat mutual. I don't know. I think Hinako liked him too, but she was also afraid of men because of dad. And he never said anything. Shu deserves the NTR. Is it really NTR? I mean, I guess it kind of is, yeah. See, like, the thing about NTR, right, is that you don't have to be in a relationship. The character, the main couple does not, or, you know, the couple does not actually have to be in a relationship for it to be NTR. NTR is not necessarily like, it's like the feeling. It's about the perspective of the person who feels like they're being stolen from. It doesn't, like, whether they're actually in a relationship or not does not actually matter. It's how you see a lot of like childhood friends sorts of things. Like in this case with Shu and Hinako. Literacy. Very specific literacy. I still want to do my lecture on NTR someday. God, I need to put that, I need to like start making notes for that. I gotta like do like some advanced NTR like reading. Provide examples, scientific studies, academic studies of it. There's probably academic papers on NTR. Yeah, it's probably like yeah, graduation papers written on it. Human emotions are complex. Well, you have a PowerPoint too. Oh my god. I mean, if I'm going to do a lecture, I might as well do a PowerPoint, right? Lectures with Bird. Lectures with Bird. Also, what the fuck is wrong with you, Kuru? Kurin, what the fuck is wrong with you? I'm going to give you rabies. Why do you keep talking about biting and like aiding me all the time? What is... That's kind of weird way of flirting. Yeah. Yeah, I know I say I like JK girls a lot, but like... I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Kurin, but like... I'm sorry. Go man. Yeah, the summary did a good job of wrapping stuff up. Thanks for asking to watch it with me. It ended up being really fun. Also, just because, you know, It's been so long since we started this game. There's a lot of things that we forgot about. So it's nice to have this little refresher. You're full of bird meat. Yeah. I'm pretty yummy. It's a family trait. Look at Phantom. Yeah, Phantom's kind of fucked up too. I'm not flirting with you. I'm threatening you. Why not? I don't know, man. I'm not sure if I believe that. Your threats come off like as flirting. You might need to work on that, actually. Your threats come off as flirting. I'm watching out. I'm looking out for you, right? You shouldn't do that. People might get the wrong idea. I'm chill as fuck, so I don't care. But like, someday some dude's gonna be like, "But you said we'd spend the rest of our lives together. You said you'd eat me." And then you'd be like, "No, I was threatening you." But he's like, "You weren't flirting with me? I thought you liked me." Actually. Imagine having a degree in NTR, yeah. Be sure to like, comment, subscribe, and smash that bell button. Yeah. I don't know why I haven't put this subscribe button. I feel like if I put it in my streams, it'd be really annoying. Like and subscribe. Like, comment, subscribe, but for real, I need those. I need to improve my algo. God knows my Twitch algo has been horrible. My Twitter algo has been horrible. So at least make my YouTube algo good. The fuck, you're full of yourself. I'm not full of myself. It's just past experience has taught me that for some reason women like me. I don't know why, but they just do. And they're all very weird about how they decide to flirt with me. Yeah, exactly what Pink said. Expand your repertoire. If I was flirting, I'd be on your knees begging you to love me, but no, I'm not. I mean, I guess desperation works for some men. Cleaning off your game log? Yeah. Haven't finished Silk Song? No, we finished Silk Song yesterday? No, the day before we finished Silk Song. So yeah, we finished Silk Song, we finished Digimon, finished Silent Hill. That's 3 games that we started that are like really long. I would like to not play such long games. You know, because November and October, those 2 months were nothing but Digimon, Silent Hill. Digimon, Silent Hill, and what was the other one? Digimon, Silent Hill, and Silk Song. Yeah, pretty much. So what games are left? I think we're fresh. We're on a fresh slate now. We can, I can take my time deciding. Maybe I'll play that new Rage Bait game. Agree. And you know what? I think that game's perfect for me because I am a complete doorknob. I am a complete doormat. I am a complete people pleaser. So I'm very agreeable. So I probably will do really well in that game. I probably won't even get angry. I am nothing if not patient. Whether it comes to people or video games or women who have very weird ways of flirting. Please trip and fall on your face. Aw, it's the sweetest thing anyone's ever said to me. Think of a bald spot now, it's your fault. Do you want me to take responsibility for you? Man, that's a really weird way of flirting. I mean, actually that's a pretty normal way of flirting. Having someone else take responsibility for you. That's adorable. Library of Ruina. I'm gonna die if I play Library of Ruina. I might as well play Limbus Company, become Big Chungus. Love in Deep Space. Oh god, I'll just become a gacha only streamer. I'm gonna kill myself. Ooh, you want to look at handsome men? Why do I need to look at handsome men? I got the mirror for that. That's what the mirror is for. It would be long. I am very long, thank you very much. Wait, what would be long? Oh, Library of Ruina? Yeah. Library of Ruina is... I've known about it for a long time. For like, at least since like 2018 or something. It's been in my Steam wishlist for a long time. That and what is it? Lobotomy Core. Lads, please. Oh my goodness. See, if I play Lads, you gotta like shill me to every single one of your friends. Right? If I play Lads, you have to like share my stream to all of your friends. Every single stream. Right? If I'm not seeing like... If I'm not getting 100 CCV when I play Lads, what's the fucking point? Okay, dickhead. Love you, dickhead. Project Moon stuff have pretty good lore, but the game goes through will be long. Yeah, I was a little bit taken aback with Project Moon just because the... I'm not gonna lie, the art is kind of like scribbles. You can't lie to me and say that it's particularly good artwork. The illustrations in Project Moon games are... They're very, very scribble core. Can't do Library of Ruina without Lobotomy Core first. Yeah, Lobotomy Core, I've seen people stream it and they go like 8 hours and that's painful. That is actually painful. I don't have a lot of friends, but I will. Don't say sad things. I'm sure you'll make more friends. I'm surprised how a chibi SCP management game ends up having big world building and lore. Miss you, dickhead. Oh, she does love me. Guys, Kurarine loves me. Ooh, Kurarine loves me. Oh. She misses me. She's feeling possessive of me. Ooh. The art gets better? It gets better. Yeah. It's still chicken scratches though. It's just endemic with the art style itself. You can't really fix it without completely changing the art style. I miss Uncle Sal. He was respectable. Well, Uncle Sal was a working adult. Me, I'm just enjoying my Big Chungus life. Man, I'm just saying Big Chungus so much this stream. What's wrong with me? Look, my fetishes are matronly women offering unconditional love and forward women because I like the idea of being wanted. I might take desperation. It'd be novel. See, Kureen, here's a guy who'll accept your love. See, it's not enough for a woman to be desperate for me. She has to, like, lose her standing in society in how desperate she is for me. She can't just be some loser, right? Nah. She has to be, like, someone who has a lot to lose by liking me. I want a woman who will sacrifice, like, every part of her life for the sake of me. And you might think, oh, that's so toxic, Hakuya, but like, that's what girls who play Love and Deep Space want. What was his name? What was it Raphael? Was that one? The guy who throws away everything just to be with you? Ooh, that's so romantic. Well, if women can want that, then I'm allowed to want that too. I'm allowed to want that too. He wants an idol who will toss her billion-dollar career and be a housewife. No, I don't want a housewife. That's stupid. I don't want it. See, I want a girl to like tell me she'll throw away her billion-dollar idol career for my sake. And then I'll tell her she doesn't have to. Because it's hotter that way. I think that's like the typical like male idol fans like a dream is to like marry their idol and then have her become a housewife. I don't want that. That's stupid. That's fucking stupid. If you want that, just marry a normal girl. Stop calling me out, you bastard. I'm not calling you out in particular. I'm not calling you out in particular. You just happen to be in the AoE. I like a guy who's like, go kick ass, babe. I'll back you up. Silas. No, I like, you know, a girl who will go kick ass, and I'll just watch. I'll just watch. I'll brew some coffee or something. Oh my god. I'll brew some coffee. I'll bring out the cake. I'll fry up some popcorn. And then when she's done, I'll be like, oh, she stink. Hit the showers, jeez. Oh god, if Inari were here right now, she'd be yelling at me. She'd be like, Hakuya, what are you saying? What are you talking about, Hakuya? I can't believe my little brother is being so awful. Kurian, you want to do like some VTRP style collab? I mean, bring Phantom. We can bring another one of your uncles and aunts. We can bring the Cannibal Cult. Yeah, we should do a Cannibal Cult collab. That'd be fun. I think I was dropping by another VTRP streamer today, or was it today? No, I think it was yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday before stream. I was dropping by Sergeant Sniff's stream. I didn't realize she was such a big streamer. And she was trying to find out who I was. She couldn't remember me by my name. But I guess we didn't really talk on the Discord server before. And she spent like a good 10 minutes trying to figure out who I was. Cannibal Brady Bunch. Sure, and go talk to Phantom about it. No, you talk to Phantom about it. I'm too lazy. I could not be bothered to organize shit. Organizing stresses me out. Fannibal. That's a gross word. I don't like that. Flammable sounds kind of... It sounds like Zoomer talk. Love you, fam. What's up, fam? Oh, you. It's like when I went to the mall and I called this femboy pretty and he's like, thanks, bae. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Fannibals is what fans of Hannibal call themselves. Hannibal? Hannibal Lecter? Fammy like Famimar? Famima. Sounds cuter that way. Come on, eh? I'm too lazy to fucking talk to him. I literally just want to bed right and watch VTubers today. Oh, I'm so happy you chose me to be that VTuber. Really, thank you. Hank Bay, did you get 6 or 7 energy drinks? I'm gonna kill you. Q's a cutie. Yeah, come on, eh? I don't know, man. I drop by her stream sometimes and it's kind of like, man, imagine if I could be this honest. Closes tab. Oh, she's gone. Bye. Bye-bye. I know you're still there, but bye-bye. I don't even know why everyone gets so mad about 6-7. I look at it and I'm just like, oh, 6-7. 6-7. I'm not even bothered. It's cute. It's cute. I think like all the little sort of brain rot stuff that the youngins come up with, I think it's adorable. They're just enjoying life. And what's wrong with that? Why should I be molding about that? Why should there be this generational divide? Nah. Older people are always yelling about, you darn kids, get off my lawn! But I see them, I'm playing it, I'm just like, oh yeah, that's adorable. Oh, that's cute. Hey kids, want some candy? I got chips, I got Lay's. Zoomer brain rot. Bullying my Oshi Minto. Kids kept saying it and I was like, I guess I guess I ate? I guess I ate, yeah. We ate. Goated with the sauce. It gets worse when you're close proximity to them spamming 6-7 like a game emote. I mean, at the arcade, there's this kid recording like what I can only assume to be TikTok shorts, and he just like keeps on talking to chat who's not there because they're just recording a video. Man, they look so silly, but it is what it is. As long as you're not being a nuisance, I don't care what you're doing. Yeah. They look super confused and that was cute. TikTok has a live function? No. They weren't doing a live. They were actually just recording video. It was so funny because like the guy kept on turning around and waving at like the wall. Are the kids fucked? They might be fucked. I can't wait for what Gen Alpha comes up with. Guys, I might be that big chungus guy, the chud uncle who hangs out with teenagers. Isn't that like, I think that happens in Chainsaw Man. I think Samurai Man, not Samurai, Katana Man later hangs out with the high schooler gang. Cause no one likes him. Please don't fuck the kids. Honey, we can get away with fucking the kids at least once, right? I'm sorry, that's a terrible joke to be making in the age of Epstein. Nah. Oh, there goes my VOD. I named the name. Like, I know Instagram has a live function. I never catch people streaming live on Instagram. I don't even know if you can make money off of Instagram lives. Like, what's the point? I was considering maybe multi-streaming to TikTok as well. One of my friends has been streaming to TikTok and he's been making pretty good money. He's been paying for his college tuition just by streaming. But also he's like a femboy cat maid, right? And I don't know if I want to go through with that, you know? Just say you're talking about Juan Epstein from the classic TV sitcom Welcome Back, Kotter. What is that? What is that? Eh? Juan Epstein? 誰よその女 Who is that woman? Yeah, 誰よその男 Who is that guy? How dare you? Yeah, alright, I think I'm going to raid into my boy Xander. I love that guy. If you guys like me, you'll probably love Xander. I love that man. He's been big inspiration to me. Really look up to him. He's cool. Go say hi. Anyways, hi. I had a lot of fun talking to you guys today. I had a lot of fun flirting with you guys today. It's been very fun. But I must go. So, 今回の配信を見に来てくれて皆さんありがとうございました。お疲れ様でした。おつはく、おつレイヴン。I will see you tomorrow. We're gonna be playing Girls Frontline again? I think. Which one is it? We're playing Girls Frontline again. Yeah, we're playing Project NeuroCloud. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Isn't it funny when you quit a gacha game and you move on to a different gacha game, but then that gacha game you quit, they put it in the new gacha game and it just follows you around like some sort of ghost. It's like that doll. It's like Hinako's doll. I threw it away and now it's following me. Following me to the new gacha. Ah. Anyways, I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye. Say hello to Xander. He's really cool. He sings good. And he's in Japan living his best Big Chungus life. Send love.